So moving on then to item 2, which is retail and town centre strategy. So this is policy WSP 10 in the plan, which covers pages 46 to 50 in volume 1. I just want to talk through a couple of proposed changes that the council has set out in its proposed schedule of changes document, which is document SD113. That's under bullets 1 and 2 in the agenda. Then I have a couple of questions for the council on the relationship between Wakefield City Centre Master Plan and the plan. And then if you have any other comments on WSP 10 or other strategic town centre matters, can I ask that you raise those after those 3 bullet points on the agenda? So firstly, turning to the proposed modification in SD113 to remove reference to a retail allocation site in Ossett. That's as referenced in paragraph 6.41 in the plan. Can you just remind me of your justification for removing that site, please?
Yes, so this relates to a site that was included in the LDF as a food store site for Ossett. That was on the back of the 2013 retail study that we had, which demonstrated that there would be an opportunity to retain some convenience goods trade in Ossett if we could find a site which was either within the centre or on the edge of the centre. We included that in the initial draft plan and went out for consultation, and through that process it was confirmed that the site was no longer available. So we removed that. Because of the recommendations of the study, we didn't propose an alternative site because that recommended something in the centre or on the edge of the centre. There was no alternative site. So we then removed the site from the publication draft, but we forgot to update the supporting text to reflect that.
Okay, Alison. Okay, does anyone else have any comments on that proposed change? Miss Martin.
I think it's, as we've raised in our statements, it's great to remove it if it's not available. However, notwithstanding other issues that we identified in our statement about evidence being needed to support the conclusions and the process that proposals that they're doing, the removal of that site means that the need isn't being met. So they know there is an identified need, and they now have no strategy, no planned proposal to meet that identified need in the whole of South Wakefield. And we consider that's, not positive planning. Thank you.
That was actually to meet the need for Ossett, it wasn't to meet the need for South Wakefield. The trade that's leaking from Ossett is going into the Wakefield zone, or the South Wakefield zone, and also into Dewsbury, Kirklees over the way. So it wasn't to deal with any issues in South Wakefield.
And so the need still exists in terms of what's shown in your evidence base anyway?
It is. Obviously this was dated 2018. I think the surveys may have been earlier than that, and also we're hearing now a lot in employment sessions about online shopping, the need for space for e-commerce rather than town centre retailing, and also we may have additional vacancies in and around centres now, so it was a point in time, but the situation may be different. Confirm that at this point in time.
So effectively, if an application came forward, then you would just consider that would just be a reform?
Yes.
Did you have any other comments, Ms. Martin?
I think that the need is there. Whilst the council say that need in Ossett is going to Wakefield and not South Wakefield, I I don't think the evidence has been updated to demonstrate that. And I think, as we've raised in our hearing statements, the issue with not amending or revisiting district boundaries of centres, not assessing those, means that they are falling back into a position of applications will come forward and they have no planned sites or, you know, planned edge centre expansion areas, which is going to lead to an unplanned and unmet need being dispersed wherever, you know, developers can demonstrate there is a need to be met and that there's no sequential sites. So, thank you.
You referred there to town centre boundaries. I could just ask the council, when you were preparing the plan, did you review those boundaries?
We did review the boundaries. We did town centre surveys, and we have amended the primary shopping areas in Wakefield and Castleford on the back of that. So we have reconsidered the boundaries. This particular district centre is a lower order centre, so it's to serve a more localised need. We've got evidence that the overtrading is primarily coming from Barnsley, which is outside of Wakefield district. The boundaries to that site are in the green belt, so obviously we would need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances to extend that centre. We're not planning to take on the needs that are arising in other authorities. We wouldn't justify that through amendments to the green belt. And also, we would have additional concerns that if it's already overtrading, if we were to expand that centre, it may well lead to more people wanting to attend that centre. And as we say, it's a lower order centre and it's for a more localised need, so we don't think it's justified to amend that boundary.
So I missed, you're not talking about Ossett there, you're talking about...
No, we're talking about Asdale Road, the district centre, which is the area that Ms Martin's interested in.
Thank you. Okay, in terms of that proposed modification then, to delete reference to the Ossett centre in paragraph 6.41, I would agree that is a reasonable modification to make, given that obviously you've removed it from the actual plan itself. So if you could add that to the schedule, thank you. Okay, moving on then to bullet point 2, and this is the proposed modification in SD 113 to include the Featherstone local retail centre within the retail hierarchy in the plan. So that would be a change to figure 5 on page 49 in that list. Does anyone else around the table have any comments on this change?
Thank you, Mum. Yes, obviously, I think this responds to comments around the plan reflecting A, the site allocation policy, and B, the master plan for South Featherstone. And obviously we'll touch on probably a little bit later, but reflects our concern, I think, about obviously a requirement to put a local centre in the urban extension to Featherstone, but then obviously connect it back to policy WLP 9 in terms of the need to do an impact assessment, because obviously the centre isn't identified within the plan, but yet it's a requirement of the site allocation policy, which obviously we fully support that as part of the master plan to the south of Featherstone. So I think as long as that resolves our concerns around that sort of onerous restriction in terms of the sequential impact assessment, it's now identified in the plan, and obviously we fully support that change.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would agree that would be a useful modification, so if you can add that to the list as well, thank you. And then bullet point 3, which is just a question about the role of the Wakefield city centre master plan and how it fits with the local plan. I think we sort of touched on this earlier in the week, but if you could just outline for me the relationship, please.
Yeah, so the master plan is due to go to council in January to be approved by the council. Once it is, it will be a material planning consideration, so in line with the master plans that the council has adopted. It's not an SPD, but it obviously will inform the development of the city and the regeneration of the city. The two have been prepared in parallel, so colleagues in regeneration and spatial policy have been involved in the development of both the local plan and the master plan, so the idea is that the two should be aligned, and it's a document to support the delivery of regeneration.
Thank you for confirming that. Okay, does anyone else have any other comments on retail and town centre strategy, so particularly policy WSP 10 aspects around that? No? Okay. Let's move on then to item 3. And this concerns policy WLP 10 in the plan. And it sets out the council's approach to primary shopping frontages and seeks to control non-retail uses to protect the shopping function of these areas. But there have obviously been some changes by the government to use class orders and also permitted development rights which may impact on the operation of the policy. So I'm just interested this morning in hearing the council's views on that position. I know in your hearing statement you've referred to some changes to refer to class E, I think generally, but then the schedule of changes document refers to EA, class EA. There's also obviously the issue of PD rights from retail to housing, which is obviously a new one that we're facing. So if you want to just talk about your position and how you see the best way forward.
Yeah, I think obviously the policy is intended to try and retain a sort of retail frontage. I appreciate now we've got some difficulties with the amendments to the use class order and the permitted development rights, which would make that more difficult. I think we would try and like to retain some control over those frontages, but I think we understand that it would be more limited now. Obviously the policies relating to the things like the active frontages and the impact on neighbouring uses, so I think those elements of the policy do have some of their own merits as well, so I think we'd probably like to retain it and apply it as effectively as we can under the circumstances.
So the change that you are talking about is just to change it to EA then? The references, that would be it, would it?
Yeah, I think that's relating to the alternative uses now in terms of the retail use. So that would reflect how the policy is working at the moment.
So at the moment this is A1 obviously, so
yeah.
you change that to
It would be the alternative in the new uses.
Would you be looking for any additional supporting text to reference some of the challenges with controlling retail?
Yes, we can do that. I think it would improve the effectiveness of the policy.
Thank you for that. Does anyone else have any comments on those potential changes or the operation of the policy? No? Okay. So yes, just to say that I would obviously agree with the change to delete A1 to EA, and I appreciate the Council's ambition still to try and control where it can, recognising that there will be limitations on that. So in that context, I think some reference in the supporting text would make sense. So those will be main modifications. Okay, that completes item 3 then. Moving on to item 4. This is policy WLP 11 on hot food takeaways. And it states that proposals within 400 metres of schools will not be supported unless within the defined town centres, and the council has confirmed in its hearing statement that defined town centres means all of the centres listed in the the retail hierarchy, so not just town centres. So I'd like to just explore the council's justification for this approach, and I have some questions particularly on the approach as regards to primary schools. But firstly, obviously, I'd like to hear from Mr. Sims, who's here today from Kentucky Fried Chicken, on behalf of Kentucky Fried Chicken, to talk about his perspective on the policy. So welcome, Mr. Sims. I believe I've probably met you possibly several times before.
Yes.
Yes, probably, yeah, a while ago as well. So yes, if you'd like to just expand on your concerns, please, and raise any particular points.
Okay, so I don't know whether you'd like, Mark, for us to go through your questions or just provide sort of general remarks to begin with before we get into discussing the detail.
I've obviously read your presentations. I think really it's an opportunity for you to highlight your particular concerns about this policy and this approach to me.
Okay, well, as you suggested, we look at pretty much all policies across England that deal with this subject matter. We don't object to all of them. We obviously have an eye to national guidance, and essentially the national guidance requires us to look at proliferation, and where proliferation is occurring, it tells us to control concentrations, over-concentrations. And it suggests that we think about places where children, young people may congregate. It doesn't explicitly tell us to create zones around schools or any other point feature for that matter. It just identifies places near locations where children congregate as something we need to think about. So, in a sense, the policy that Wakefield proposed is a fairly sort of standard type of policy. It's a zone around the school. The issue that we, in particular, have, I mean, we generally have a bit of a problem with proximity. We think that the evidence on the link, the supposed link between proximity and incidence of adverse health impacts is really quite limited. In many cases it conflicts, and the kind of correlation, because really that is all that people have been able to identify. Correlation is incredibly small, the signal is small. And as I say, in some studies it's kind of conflicting. The one that springs to mind is an American study where they did multivariate analysis, and they found that I think at 160 metres there was a positive impact on obesity levels, but as soon as you got to 400 metres it went the other way. It was a negative impact, so presumably your BMI would be lower if you were at 400 metres. So it's not a straightforward relationship at all. I mean, a lot of the evidence, that study, for example, it was an American study, and it's really quite hard to carry across evidence from very different sort of places, basically. I mean, the way that places that were studied in the US and California are laid out are very different to places in the UK. It's very different correlates with deprivation. The lack of access to a car, for example, in the US is massively more indicative of deprivation than it is in this country. So there are all kinds of reasons why it's got limited transferability. So that's just a small. I mean, we've written obviously in our representations and in the hearing statements, and actually, you know, in the references that are provided, and a lot of the supporting evidence that the council has, if one goes into the primary research, it's clear that there is the overall theory behind this relationship between proximity and incidence is not particularly well substantiated. So we have real concerns about proximity as a criterion in the first place. And we think that, as I say, we don't object to all policies. We think that concentration, in line with national guidance over concentration, can be an issue. There have always been policies, albeit confined to town centres, that have tended to try to control concentration of A1 or the, as was, type uses. So obviously, for the reasons we've just been discussing in regards to the use classes order changes, that some of those controls aren't quite straightforward to carry across into normal policies now. But we think that if one could extend policies like that across whole geographies where there's an identified problem, it might be possible to control concentrations that rather than by looking specifically at proximity. So that's just by way of alternatives to the sorts of policies that this represents. Going into the specifics of this policy, the real problem for us, specifically with primary schools, and it has to be said with appeal inspectors and plan inspectors elsewhere, has been that not only can you say that correlation isn't causality, but you can also say that primary schools, there's no mechanism by which the correlation could be shown to be causal. The theory, the concept behind these sorts of policies is that school children, usually secondary school children who are allowed out on their own at lunch times or on their way to school or on their way from school, will make poor dietary choices by going to fish and chip shops, chicken shops, burger shops, whatever, on the way to and from school or at lunchtime. And that progressively over time, simply by virtue of the availability, will result in adverse effects. And I think generally it's recognised that that's just one tiny factor in a whole range of other dietary problems that go on out there in society that add up to make this problem. And I would say straight away, I'm anticipating the council saying this is just one part of the multifactorial sort of approach to dealing with the problem. We accept that it's not simple and that there are many strands to tackling this. But to the point about mechanism, the real difficulty is that primary school children, almost all primary school children, occasionally year 6 children are allowed on their own to school or home if they live nearby, but very rarely are they out on their own. There are appeal histories. The one that comes to mind is in Rotherham, where the appeal inspector said, look, the fact that there's a primary school nearby isn't an issue because children's dietary choices in contexts like that are entirely down to parents. And really, once we're into controlling parents' decisions about children's diet, it's an education matter, frankly, rather than a matter for the land use planning system. So, for those reasons, really, we feel there's a real problem with primary schools. The whole concept behind these policies just doesn't work with primary schools. Weighed against this also, just in talking in broadest terms, there seems to be the sense that these policies are kind of almost standalone solutions, albeit I accept as part of a bigger approach within the planning system, that they don't seem to have, it seems on the basis of the evidence that's presented, to have downsides. There are very real downsides in terms of the impact on retail health. There are very real impacts in terms of sustainability. One of the purposes of retail policy is to promote sustainability by preventing people from having to travel long distances to access facilities and services. So there will certainly be downsides to this, because for every zone that you create, which, on the simple maths is 50 hectares times 30 per hectare is 1,500 households, 3,600 people per zone, essentially. Okay, they overlap a little bit. But all those people are collaterally impacted by this zone, by each of these zones. So it's not simply the school children that attend these schools, it's all the people who have to live in that area, who progressively, as the policy bites, will find themselves having to travel further and further to access these facilities. The reality probably is they'll just go on their smartphones and they'll order it delivered. And that's another long-term downside to it, that where you've got experiential uses like this that can sit alongside convenience stores and other retail uses, that will cross-pollinate footfall, you will progressively lose those uses, and you will speed up the decline of some lower order sectors. So there are definite downsides, and we don't necessarily see them straight away. These policies have been around for about 10 years or so, and a little bit like the problem we're trying to tackle, it's very hard to pick out the specific things that are really contributing to the problem. But clearly the retail decline in bricks and mortar is happening, and has been, and this won't help. There's no doubt about that. So there are problems with primary schools as a focus for these policies, and there are definite downsides that aren't being quantified. And if we're into positively prepared policies, then we need to be weighing these things up. We need to look at what the downsides are and measure them. I'm glad to see that there are now maps showing the areas that are affected and the difference between primary and secondary schools. Typically, there's about 4 primary schools for every secondary school, usually in most areas. So straight away, it can be seen that it's 5 times the impact potentially, just by including primary schools. So overall, those are our concerns. I mean, there are details which you may wish to get into that may come out of the question.
Thank you very much. Right, if I could ask the council then just to respond and just to set out your justification for the policy. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously we've got the policy adopted in the current local plan, so that was examined in 2016, adopted in 2017, and we're wanting to see some time for that policy to have some effect and take its impacts. In terms of the local evidence, Wakefield's got a higher than average density of fast food outlets per population, and that's also worse than our nearest neighbours. There's also a link between fast food outlets and deprivation. We've also got higher than average rates of overweight and obese children in primary schools as well as in secondary schools. And that gets worse as they progress through primary school and continues into secondary school. We've also got evidence to show that 1 in 5 primary school children are eating fast food on 2 or more days a week. In terms of the argument about primary school children being supervised on the way to and from school, well, they're eating fast food on 2 or more days a week, and they are supervised on the way to and from school. So obviously, if the fast food outlets are there, they're a temptation, they're an ag factor, children are passing them, we're asking the parents for that type of food, or the parents might be on the way home from school and thinking it's a convenient place to stop off and grab some food. We'd obviously prefer to see some healthier outlets, shops selling fresh food where people can pick up some food and make a meal at home that's healthier. There is evidence to show that takeaway food tends to be higher in salt and sugar and fat, has a lower nutritional content. Also, the council is, there was the mention of additional measures to try and tackle overweight and obese issues in children and the wider population as well. The council is doing some work to improve the environment around schools, so we've got healthy school streets initiatives where we're trying to reduce the amount of traffic on the streets, making it a better environment for people to walk and cycle to school. 400 metres we know is a convenient distance, sort of 10-minute walk, so that's what we're using in terms of our sustainability appraisal. It's the distance that we used in the previous policy as well. So obviously we're wanting to have a healthy school environment as well, so takeaways along those streets, we want to see those in terms of the potential impacts of that. I think just in terms of coming back on some of these other points, impacts on high streets and centres, Wakefield does have a network of district and local retail centres where we've got parades of shops and takeaways that sit alongside those, and that's where we're obviously saying that we'd like to see those concentrated. In terms of existing facilities, they won't be impacted if they've got that use anyway, then they're still able to stay. There was the mention of the changes to the use facade, which in fact will make it easy for changes of use that sit alongside the sort of periphery of what a hot food takeaway is. So I think they're our main points. Also, we've done a look at additional research which is showing that for the increase in density of hot food takeaways in the ward across the district, the obesity levels in children in reception and Year 6 do tend to increase as well. We've also recently had the Child of the North report that's been published this week that does also highlight impacts of multiple deprivation, obesity, exercise, consumption of hot food takeaway. So that's some quite recent evidence that's come out of York University. It covers the north of England, but it's obviously relevant to Wakefield as well.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that, have I?
No, it was on the news this week, but it's got some information about childhood deprivation and multiple deprivation.
Okay, so it's called Child North.
Yeah. Child of the North.
Sorry, I missed that one. What was it called?
Child of the North.
Child
It was
of the North.
produced by York University, just published this week.
Mr. Sims, have you seen that document? No. Okay. Right, as neither of us has seen it, I think it probably referred to, it probably needs to be placed in the examination library, and probably I need to allow an opportunity for you to comment, Mr. Sims, and others obviously as well. So if I could ask Mr. if you could put those arrangements in place. I appreciate if it's just come out this week, it wasn't available before, it wouldn't be possible to make us aware of it, but that's where we are with that then. Is that okay, Mr. Sims?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is that it?
I think so, unless my colleague from Public Health, Mr. Wilcox, would like to.
Good morning. The only thing I'd really like to add is that to reiterate that this policy is part of a whole systems approach, which the evidence and the guidance from bodies such as the National Institute of Clinical Excellence state is the best way to tackle childhood obesity is to actually have a whole system approach of joined up measures, and the Council has a great raft of joined up interventions intended to tackle childhood obesity, of which this policy is just one. And as Mr. Sims pointed out, childhood obesity has many complex causes, and so the solution has to be joined up. Things can't just happen in isolation, and the solutions themselves have to be linked. So removing one solution can weaken many other interventions that are in place. And so that's this whole system approach. And for example, there's lots of work being done on physical activity around schools, encouraging children to walk to schools. We wouldn't want to undermine that by increasing visibility of unhealthy food options by children walking to school. Then this links into other things such as the government's national policy, which the government I think have accepted that we need to decrease the visibility of unhealthy food options with children, and hence the 2022 legislation coming into place, which will put a watershed on unhealthy food advertisements for children before 9 PM. So there is a move to actually reduce the visibility of unhealthy food options, and I think this links into that as well. That's part of the picture. It's not just a single factor, it is that thing of how we have to get the whole system approach.
Thank you for that. I have a couple of questions about your approach. Just firstly, I think picking up on a point that Mr. Sims just made about the impact on, so this would be more localised and potentially shopping parades, obviously, because your identified centres are excluded from the policy. So have you looked at that issue, and do you have any concerns about the point Mr. Sims was raising, the fact that there may be an impact on footfall in those very localised areas of retail provision?
I don't think we've looked at that specifically. I mean, obviously we've got our local retail centres, which tend to be the parades of shops. If there are one or two shops around each, it would be an existing facility, wouldn't it? So in that respect there would be no impact because it's already there. The use is established, so if it was to be one that's closing and another one was opening, it wouldn't have an impact. And as I say, if there was an opportunity to improve the quality of provision in the locality, then obviously the council would like to take that opportunity as well if there were future planning applications in those vicinities. So I don't think we have a particular concern about that being an issue.
Thank you. And just a question then about primary schools, because obviously you produced these two maps for me at my request, which has been very useful to see. And you can, as Mr. Sims says, you can see the difference in the coverage. It is quite significant, isn't it, that with secondary schools only exclusion, a much lesser area of the borough would be excluded. If I could just ask you about primary schools then, because primary school children, as I understand it, and as Mr. Sims just said, don't generally walk home alone, only perhaps sometimes in year 6 would be unaccompanied. They're generally driven or also walking with parents, etc. On that basis, why did the council decide to include primary schools within this policy?
Well, as we've said in our response, and I've already outlined today, we do have evidence that primary school children are eating takeaways. Primary school children don't make their own food choices. The choices are generally made by the parents. So, and my colleague John has outlined that we're trying to reduce the visibility of these on the way to and from school. If they're there, if they can be seen, then it's the temptation and the convenience factor. And children might be asking the parents, "Can we have this for tea?" Or parents might think, "Oh, we'll just grab this. We'll have this for tea. It's convenient on the way home." So primary school children are eating takeaways. So somebody's buying them for them, even if they're not buying them themselves.
Okay, so in that way then you're saying that you are seeking to influence parents' choices, recognising that it's the parents that are buying the food, isn't it? So in a way that aspect of the policy isn't tackling children's choices.
I think it's a whole raft of measures, isn't it? I mean, children are fed in the home, aren't they, as well, and the parents do the shopping at home, so it's about educating parents about healthy food options when they're shopping and cooking at home as well. So I think we understand that, but if the temptation is there, then the opportunity is there to buy those meals, and the children will be eating them, and they are eating them on 2 or more days a week. So I think it is still important, regardless of who's buying it. Children are still eating them. They're visible on that journey to and from school, and we're trying to promote these healthy school streets and active travel to and from school.
And do you have any evidence that those 2+ takeaways a week are being bought on the way to and from school?
No, we don't. I don't think we could pin that down unless we've included that in the survey that's being done, the behaviour survey.
Mark, if I could just add a couple of points as well. As both my colleagues have said, this is part of a package of interventions across the council interventions and with partners. Part of what we're trying to do is improve the environments around schools, to make these places where people are more comfortable and able to walk and cycle, try and influence the fact that many young school children are driven to school. Clearly we understand for the youngest children, parents will accompany them, but we're looking to try and also create an environment where maybe the older children in the primary schools feel safer, the parents feel those children are safer, and those children are able to walk or cycle to school on their own. We are going to be restricting the ability of people to drive and park very close to schools through the Healthy School Street initiative, which does mean that children with their parents will need to walk further than they currently walk. So it's not uncommon for parents at the moment to drive primary school children right to the gate, park inappropriately, cause safety issues. We're looking to remove the ability for that to happen. Clearly, if children are being taken to school by a car, they will need to drop off somewhere, they will need to be somewhere to park. That's going to be less close to schools, particularly primary schools, in the future. So there will be this opportunity for parents and children to maybe have more visibility of very local facilities, including often takeaways that may be within 400 metres of the school. And we've got clear evidence that our primary school children, many more of them are obese in this district and elsewhere. And we want to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sims, do you have any other comments, I think particularly on the primary schools aspect?
There's quite a point to make there. So, just going back to the beginning of the Council's comments, the fact that there was a policy adopted in 2017, quite honestly, I don't have that to hand. To my certain knowledge, I don't think we made reps to that. And obviously, each policy is determined on the circumstances at the time and the evidence that is, the evidence base for that plan. So, I think really we should look at this based on the evidence base that we have before us. The fact that there are policies elsewhere or even in this district being adopted that are similar to it, I think it's probably neither here nor there. So there's a point about the density of fast food outlets. Essentially, this local authority in its evidence base is relying on the Public Health England, as was data on obesity and environment. One really just has to go into the methodology bit of that website from where this data is obtained to find that it includes things like bakeries and sandwich shops and a whole range of other food outlets that basically aren't hot food takeaways. And there is, unfortunately, because there's no raw data available to back the data on the PHE as well as website, it's impossible to know what proportion in each area they've identified is HFT and is just other what they term fast food outlets. So there's no real teller what the true density of hot food takeaways are in each area. I did deal with the Blackpool work plan yesterday where they've done some of their own survey work to be fair to them. But even that relied on directories and so forth. You've just got to go around and look at each one and survey it and work out whether it's an HFT. And it's laborious, and I do sympathise, but that's the way that we get the data. So the evidence here, unfortunately, in this case that the Council's provided isn't an awful lot of use in working out density. So there were some points about a link between fast food outlets and deprivation, which again, Public Health England provide data on that. Notwithstanding the problem with fast food outlets, as defined, the link with deprivation is really complex, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with the opening of hot food takeaways driving the deprivation or driving the obesity. obesity is often a problem of poverty and deprivation, increasingly in the Western world. Where land use planning comes in and kind of complicates this a little bit is that where you have deprived neighbourhoods, where you have lower spending catchment, it tends to be harder to find tenants for shop units. Increasingly now, some of those have been converted to residential with UPD rights, but certainly over the last 10 and 20 years, what has happened is that they have found that some of the remaining businesses that are viably capable of taking those units are hot food takeaways or restaurants with hot food takeaways. That is the reason why you find a lot of hot food takeaways and similar uses in areas with deprivation. There is potential, and I think there's limited evidence on this, but there is potential for there to be a kind of like unvirtuous cycle there that's going on, where the presence of those hot food takeaways compounds the problems of deprivation and obesity that go with it. But the relationship is not straightforward at all. What it does suggest, and because all this evidence is on concentration, is in line with what I was saying in my opening remarks, that we need policies that look more towards concentration, and that really is what the national guidance is suggesting to us. So there were some points about obesity in secondary schools, and this point about 1 in 5 primary school children eating fast food. Firstly, I'm not sure what we're defining as fast food, because on the basis of the data, that could be Subway sandwiches or Greggs, for example. I'm not saying that's healthy, but it could be Greggs. So it's just hard to tell what the survey means, really. I think also you touched on the point that simply because they found that primary school children are eating fast food, however you define that, once or twice a week, doesn't mean that they're eating it from the hot food takeaways that go in 400 metres of their school. In fact, on the evidence that I know of, the academic research, it's highly likely it isn't from those places, it's probably from the general environment. There are any number of places where this can be obtained, most usually these days through mum or dad's smartphone. And that's not great when it happens too often, but that's what's happening. Really, all that line of thought leads towards the whole temptation problem, and once we're into controlling parental choices, this touches on some of the other points that later made as well. That I think, as you identified, on what we're really doing here in primary schools is trying to control parental choice, or to be fair to the council, influence. It's kind of a bit like the nudging idea, isn't it? Of just sort of making it less likely that people will make those bad decisions. And there is something in that theory, but I think there's a line at which the land use planning system has to sort of say, well, look, there has to be a kind of a variety of land use. There has to be flexibility for competition. There has to be potential for town centres and lower order places to offer facilities and services. If we don't do that on the basis that people might be tempted to make wrong decisions for themselves or for their children, then I'm just not sure where we stop. Ultimately, as I say, the Blackpool plan yesterday, and they effectively banned it because they had an incidence threshold to do with obesity, and when we worked it out, it was every ward in the borough, so it's a total ban. It's hard to say that in cases like that, they've considered the downside, because clearly, they just accepted the impact on them. And that's the direction that this tends towards, unfortunately. And I don't think that was ever the intention, certainly of central government with guidance. And when these policies first started out, most people were quite clear that wasn't the ultimate aim. The points about healthy streets. I'm very pleased to hear that that's going on, and I completely support that whole way of trying to improve the environment. It works for many other reasons as well, not just children and walking into school. So there are all kinds of environmental benefits to that. I don't necessarily accept that having 1 or 2 takeaways on the route to school, depending on how long that route is necessarily a problem. I think the problem is when, and again the research bears out on this, is when you go along a local parade on the way to school and every single shop unit is a hot food takeaway. That's not good in terms of retail health because it's not providing variety and vitality, but it's also just a constant line of temptation back to that point, and at that point I think you have got a problem. But this is an argument for the percentage controls that we've always seen in retail, and it's an argument more widely for concentration limits, not proximity bounds. So, just very briefly on the changes to the use classes order. This is I noticed, I have to admit, I haven't spotted that there were some main mods on this. It's all to the supporting text though, isn't it? The council, I think, is trying to be helpful in pointing people to what might be a hot food takeaway. We took, unsurprisingly, my client took council's advice when the use classes order changed, and really entirely comes down to the percentage of hot food taken out. So if you are literally at 49.999% of your hot food being eaten on the premises, you're in Class E.
So you're in?
Then you're in Class E. If you're at 49.999%, you're in Class E. As soon as you tip over that, you're sui generis. And in the nature of mixed uses, they're sui generis anyway. So you're either Class E or you're sui generis. It's as simple as that. There aren't any kind of hybrid situations anymore like that. I'm not saying that you wouldn't look at layout and seating and so forth to get an idea as to whether that might be going on, but ultimately what it comes down to is, okay, there's a debate about whether it's turnover or individual meals or expenditure or however you cite it, but ultimately it's the amount, how you determine that is the hot food that is taken out of the premises. There's a precondition as well to the definition, which is that it must be visiting members of the public, and that still works on the old principal ancillary relationship. So, but because those two factors combine, it still is an absolute. So if you're beyond just the principal test of visiting members of the public, so if more than say 20% of your trade is delivery drivers turning up, then you're going to be a hot food takeaway territory. It's not quite clear in that case, but what will determine it in all cases is the amount of hot food that's taken away. So I don't think the council, I don't know whether the council has reflected that. I mean, the detail of that text looks to me like it's still relying on the old A3, A5 split, and it doesn't work like that anymore. It is the advice that we've had, and I trust the advice that we've had. It also bears on the data and the evidence as well, because, again, there's problems with the data anyway, but those problems are only more so now because there'll be a whole load of A5s that, if you got it right previously, wouldn't be counted because they'd be Class E's now. So there's those points on the UCO. There was a document that we've not seen, which we'll have a look at. I mean, if there's nothing new to add on that, then there's no point us coming back on it. But yeah, there was a point in there about recent research. I don't know if this was in that document about the relationship between density of fast food outlets, hot food takeaways, whatever it is, versus obesity. And again, simple response on that comes back to concentration limits. If you want to try to tackle density, that's just really in this context, I think another word for concentrations. I mean, I've always understood concentration to be more sort of around the focus, but density, I guess, across the geography is going to be the same thing as a concentration. Then your policy basically needs to control concentration. So I think we have Mr. Wilcox explaining the multifactorial approach. There was an interesting point there about the link with the school environment and it defeating the measures of trying to persuade people to get out of their cars and walk their kids to school, which, as I say is laudable. I think I've addressed that, though, that okay, if you walk past dozens of coffee takeaways, that's one thing. If there's just one in the area or whatever, that's a different matter. In fact, to a large degree, that's no different to how it's always been, and that hasn't always been an obesity problem. So I think Mark, you picked up the point on the footfall and so forth. There's nothing more to add on that. Yes, I think that covers all the points that have been made on.
Okay, thank you. Based on what you've said, I've just got a question from the council, and a question on the issue of use classes then, because obviously you're proposing a change, aren't you, in 113 to delete reference to A5 and to insert reference to sui generis. So just based on what Mr. Sims has just said about takeaways where the turnover would be less than 50%, isn't it? Less than 50% being Class C. Is that something that the council has considered? Or how would you wish to deal with that?
In terms of what we're proposing to change in the policy, I think we've got the supporting text which sets out the approach in terms of where it's not a clear-cut situation. So that's how we're operating it at the moment, where there is some judgment on there. We do have situations where we say if it was sort of a restaurant with a separate takeaway element to it, then we'd say that we wouldn't support the separate takeaway element, and it's things like drive-throughs and that sort of thing. So we are operating the policy on a judgment basis at the moment, and in the supporting text of the plan as we've published it at the moment, there is some guidance in there which is taken from the internal guidance that we're using at the moment, so that there is a judgment there.
Okay, and you've proposed some changes to that as well, haven't you, in the schedule changes?
That's right, yes.
I don't know if I may, but there is this point about whether the use is separate or not, and I don't know whether it's something for the plan making process or it's just development management judgment at the time, but it seems to me that turns on whether the same planning unit, and if it is the same planning unit, then ultimately we're back to the same question: is it a Class C or is it a sui generis? So, if it's a Class C, I struggle to see how the council could then say, oh well, a bit of this looks a bit hot food takeaway-ish, and therefore we're not going to support it.
If you could just explain your approach, I'm assuming from what the justification text says that if it was less than 50%, you wouldn't be applying the policy.
Yeah, so if it's primarily for sitting use, eating on the premises, then the policy wouldn't apply, but we have said where there are where there's a separate door. So for instance, you sometimes have a fish and chip shop that's got a restaurant, and then it's got a separate takeaway element with it. At the moment we're applying the principle where we would support that separate walk-in takeaway element. And also things like with the drive-throughs as well. We've said that if it's a sit-down restaurant, we would support that. The drive-through takeaway element, we would support that. And I think that's down to the sort of convenience, isn't it? So if you're going into somewhere, sitting down and eating, it's not sort of necessarily quite as quick or convenient as something that you're grabbing on the way past. So it's that sort of side to it.
Right, so you're actually sort of dividing up, in some cases, where the proposals are for a restaurant with a takeaway, you're considering them separately, effectively. Well, in terms of the policy.
Yeah, so if there's that sort of separate, if they've got a separate door or a separate sort of takeaway element to them, then the approach is being applied differently, so we're not sort of discounting the whole of the proposal, we're asking for amendments to be considered to it.
Yes, no, I can see that in the supporting text. Thank Thank you.
Can I just come back on the point about the local evidence as well? Just to point out that we have done our own research on takeaways. We've not taken it from a national database, we've taken it from our environmental health data, and that's looking at hot food takeaways and then establishments that do have an element of takeaway with them as well. So that is local data on the density of takeaways. It's local data in terms of the research on children's behaviour as well, so it's not sort of generic national data that we've been using. It is locally specific to April district.
Sorry, can you repeat that? So you've got the density of takeaways you said is based on local data, and then the second part?
The children's behaviour surveys as well, so what children are eating, how much exercise they're doing, that sort of thing. That's all our own local research as well.
If I'm looking at this document here, and it says Public Health England at the top of it, and it's telling us about the number of fast food outlets by local authority. Now, Public Health England, well, it doesn't exist anymore, does it? But it's, you know, what's replaced it and what it was a national body. So I'm assuming that's national data.
So what's the reference of that document, Mr. Sims?
That is.
What's its name?
That's the hot food takeaway exclusion area evidence statement. I don't know the number. It was in the evidence base. It was in the library. I mean, perhaps I've missed the survey that the council did that contains local data. But I mean, ultimately, what I would say is, unfortunately, rather like the problem that you've got with Public Health England data, unless you've got the raw data, it's very hard to sort of say, well, yes, that wasn't a Greggs, or that wasn't any number of other things that, you know, get conflated with hot food takeaways and called fast food outlets.
Okay, can you confirm?
Yeah, we have looked at that data locally. We've got a hot food takeaway position statement, and we've also got a school health and wellbeing survey, and the hot food takeaway position statement in terms of the number of outlets and the nature of those outlets is taken from our environmental health data. Obviously, they're the people that are licensing these premises, so we've got that data locally.
Sorry, can you just show me those two documents? So the HFT position statement and what's the second?
And it's the school health and wellbeing survey for Wakefield District 2020.
Mark, I can get the document numbers for you if that helps.
No, that's fine, I can look those up. Okay, so that clarifies what's based on local, thank you for that.
So, I'm just looking at that, I have seen it before, and I didn't detect that it contained separate survey information as to takeaways. It has a list, and there's no real methodology as to what they've called a takeaway. I think I must have just assumed that they were deriving it from national data. But if the council can point to what it is that they've surveyed, I mean, this document is 14 pages long and includes the maps that I think you requested on. If they can identify what they're counting as a takeaway, then I'm happy to step back and say, yes, that's an APT, but it doesn't. It's just they're just tables with numbers in.
It is on the key, on the policies maps and on the updated policies maps to confirm what's a classic hot food takeaway, and which has got a cafe restaurant with some element of takeaway on it as well.
I see that, but I don't see the raw data as to what it was that you counted as that.
Your concern is you want to see the actual raw data?
Well, in my experience, well, it's wrong. You know, when I've been to other local authorities in Northumberland, for example, the policy, the extent of the policy in its effect was almost half when we got down to actually what the real hot food takeaways were. So it's fairly legitimate part to want to know what's been counted and what hasn't.
Can you just provide a bit of information in terms of how you've classified them?
Yeah, so I mean, this isn't the key that we've looked at what is a classic hot food takeaway, so that would be something that has no seating in it. And then we've looked at restaurants and cafes that have got an element of takeaway to them. We've surveyed the specific establishments and looked at the information that's available from our environmental health data, and obviously we've had to apply some judgment to that, but it does break down which are the restaurants and cafes with an element of takeaway and which are hot food takeaways. So we do have that in a spreadsheet, and it's got details on the name of the establishment and the types of food that they're serving, that sort of thing. I think we looked at the type of food they were serving, and that was part of the judgment as well.
Are you able to make those spreadsheets public then?
We should be able to. I'll have to have a look at them, but I think we might need to tidy them up, but we should be able to, yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Sims, if they're included in the examination library, then you'll have an opportunity to look at them and comment on them.
If I could just observe on the document which we're referring to, page 4 at the bottom, it does say that, I mean, it referred out to the maps, and it's talking about hot food takeaways, and it defines them as premises where the sale of hot food is to be taken away as the primary business. But I mean, to be fair, it's better than the PHE data if that's how they've classified it. But it's not how we've been advised that hot food takeaways are now defined. And I don't know what the effect of that difference would be. So it's closer to the truth, I think, it's fair to say, than the PHE data, but it's not, it's certainly not definitively what HFTs now are. And therefore those are maps of where they are.
Okay, well, I'll list that as an action for the council then to publish that spreadsheet, or to look at that, get that to me, and then allow an opportunity for comments on that. Right, I don't have any further questions for the council. Mr. Sims, is there anything else you wanted to say before I just make a few concluding remarks?
No, Mark, that's everything, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, John. It's just a very short comment, I think from what the council's hearing statement says and from what I've been reading, obviously, I didn't mention earlier, obviously, that they changed to the South Featherstone Local Retail Centre, now being designated in the retail hierarchy, obviously resolves our concern with this policy, in terms of WLP 11. But I think, I was reading it, I think just for effectiveness, obviously, it cross-refers to defined town centres in the retail hierarchy as defined on the policies map. But when you refer and read back to WSP 10 and figure 5 and map 3, obviously where they are named, there's no cross-reference to the policies map there. So I wondered, just for effectiveness of the policy, that WLP 11 also cross-refers to WSP 10 and the list of that retail hierarchy. Because obviously that's where it's actually defined within policy. And obviously the proposals map, as you're well aware, is technically not part of the plan, is it? So I think that would be useful and lead to less confusion when you also, obviously we're a local retail centre defined as a retail hierarchy now, but I always get confused about paragraph 7.36 where it talks about new local centres, because I was reading that originally and then thinking, well, we're technically a new local centre, obviously we're a local retail centre now, not yet built. So, but I think if it's cross-refers to WSP 10 and figure 5, that would remove that confusion and make the policy more effective.
Can I get the council's view, please, on that small change to that sentence?
I think that's fine, we can accommodate that again.
I would agree, Mr. Rose, actually, that does make sense to actually refer to the list itself rather than the map. So, yes, if you could add that as the main one, then the policy remains. Okay, so just wrapping up then on this issue, obviously I recognise that you have an adopted policy in your plan, but I do need to look at the evidence before me at this point in time and come to my own judgment on the case for me. Obviously I have some new evidence in the form of the documents you produced, but also the maps as well that I asked for that distinguish between primary and secondary. And it does show obviously a much wider area being included if you incorporate secondary and primary schools together. I do have some concerns about application of the policy to primary schools, being upfront here. I don't know if there's anything that's really that I've heard or seen or read that's persuading me that there's strong evidence of correlation between the primary school children obesity issue, which clearly exists, and the proximity of a number of takeaways in the context that primary school aged children generally are accompanied to school, not generally walking or they don't have the same opportunities as secondary aged children to access hot food takeaways by themselves and congregate in those sorts of areas. So I do have some concerns particularly about the application to primary schools. If I was to direct the council that aspect should be removed, what would your view or your reaction be?
I think we've been disappointed. I think we've obviously presented the case that we do have higher than average obesity levels in the district, and it is part of a raft of measures that we're trying to put in place, and obviously we're trying to deliver these healthy school street environments as well, so I think that the council would be disappointed if that was the case. I'd probably just point out that St Helens and Sunderland are other local authorities where the obesity rates are actually lower than in Wakefield, and they have got recent policies that relate to primary schools in terms of that exclusion zone as well.
Mom, there'd also still be plenty of hot food takeaways for people to choose to use. The policy excludes all of the centres recognised in the local plan. So this is focused on very sporadic opportunities for people to bring forward hot food takeaways that are not in recognised centres, and our hierarchy goes down to quite small centres, and the policy itself also addresses the issue potentially of some of the villages that are more remote. So arguably, some of these uses probably are in places where we would not want to see these sorts of retail outlets anyway. We would prefer them to be in the many centres that we do have, which are also in some cases quite close to primary schools, and that's why they've been excluded from the exclusion zones themselves.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously there's some data that needs to be published first and opportunities to comment on that, so I won't be reaching a conclusion today, but it's just to flag up that particular concern that I do have. So once that's been published, all that data and comments have been received, then I will write to the council to confirm my position. So thank you very much, Mr. Sims. You're obviously free to leave if you wish to after this item.
If you don't need any longer, I'll thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, let's move on then to policy WLP 17, and this concerns Wakefield City Centre vistas. And just picking up on a few modifications to the key views. So firstly, I note that in your hearing statement it refers to key views towards Hepworth from Kirkgate, and you refer to this as paragraph 19.22 in your hearing statement, and you say that those key views should be added to the policies map. Do they also need to be added to the policy itself?
I think with this one, I think what it is we need to add the views onto the policies map, we've actually got reference to the Kirkgate Station and Hepworth Gallery in the policy WOP 16 already. So this is the strategic views.
So you've got reference in WOP 16.
Yeah, so WOP 16, we've got the Kirkgate Station identified as one of the locations where we're trying to secure the views from. And then we're also identifying that the view towards the Hepworth is one of the important views that we're concerned with. So I think it's possibly a case of adding it to the policies map rather than amending the policy specifically.
Okay, so it's not, it doesn't need to be added to WOP 17 then. It's sort of list your city centre vistas. So these are the key ones.
So WOP 17 is vistas, and that's to do with views at sort of shorter views at street level. So I think the situation is that the view of St John's from Wentworth Street is probably a vista. I don't think you see the spire necessarily across the tops of the buildings. I think it's a vista looking up the street. But this probably would rectify the concern of the civic society.
I see, so that aspect, the Hepworth is covered already in 16, but will be added to the policies map.
Yeah.
And then the St John's from Wentworth Road, you've identified, have you, the schedule of changes?
Yes.
So it would be added to WLP 17.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine then. And I think there was also another view, Wakefield, so I'm just looking at Wakefield City's Civic Society's viewing statement, identified another proposed view of the cathedral from Upper Westgate. Is that captured within those policies already?
Well, we've got, excuse me, we've got plan number 5 on the city centre map. We have got the important views identified on there, so from Westgate towards the cathedral. And then we've got a number of vistas on that policies map as well. So I think it's actually covered. I think when you get right up to the top of Westgate, I don't think you get a view of the cathedral. I think you're too close to the buildings and the buildings are blocking it. So I think it's looking at the vistas which we've identified and the longer views which we've already identified, so I don't think that needs to be amended, to be honest.
Right, thank you for confirming that. Moving on then to item 6. This concerns design improvements in Pontefract, and this is proposed wording changes suggested by Historic England in the Statement of Common Ground and SB 113, which effectively just deletes the word significant, doesn't it? And then effectively requires all development proposals to submit archaeological desk-based assessments. Just to say that I would agree with that proposed change. Thank you. And that takes us then to item 7. Any other comments on retail and town centre matters? If you have anything to say, then please indicate. No? Yes, you do? No? Okay. Well, thank you for waiting. I assumed you perhaps had something to say under item 7. Okay. It's a nice warm room, you can sit here. Do your work on your laptop. All right, okay, that concludes the agenda then for the first part of this morning. So thank you very much for attending and for your time. We obviously now have to take a break of half an hour before we resume with matter 20, so if we'll resume at 11:30, we'll be back then. Thank you.
Thank you.
and second part of this morning's session, which looks at community facility, leisure and open space policies in the plan. Can I just check that everyone can hear me around the table? Yeah, thank you. My name is Katie Child. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a Planning Inspector, and I've been appointed to conduct the examination of the Wakefield Local Plan and to consider its legal compliance and its soundness. And in doing so, I'll be looking at all of the written evidence before me, taking account of all representations and also all verbal submissions made at the hearing sessions themselves. So welcome to you if you are here for the first time today at these hearing sessions. The Council does have some protocols for COVID in place, which Mr Ford will talk through shortly, but welcome to you and thank you for agreeing to appear in person. As you can see, we are being filmed and the sessions are all being live streamed and available to watch on the Council's YouTube channel. No doubt you'll have spoken to Minnie Schofield, who's the Programme Officer at the back. Just to say, if you've got any problems or questions about practical matters during the morning, then please see Minnie. I hope everyone has the agenda in front of them for today. In terms of timings, I would aim to finish by 1, perhaps 1:30 at the very latest, but it may be before, depends how we go. And then after that we'll be resuming with Matter 21 at 2 o'clock this afternoon. If I could now turn to the Council just to say a few words on practical matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mum. I'd like to welcome participants and those observing the hearing session this morning to Wakefield Town Hall. As the inspectors indicated, we're operating the hearing session with some COVID-19 precautions in place. Participants will have received guidance from the Programme Officer, so please adhere to that guidance. But specifically this morning, we'd like you to wear face coverings except when sat at the hearing table. So that's when moving around this room and also around the building. Some of the windows are going to remain open to help with ventilation. The room will need to be evacuated every 2 hours in order that we can ventilate the room further. In terms of other matters, the fire alarm is tested on a Friday morning, so if it does sound during this hearing session we do need to leave the Town Hall, please use the main stairs, turn right on exiting the Town Hall, walk along the frontage of the Town Hall, turn immediately right into Lee Street and then immediately left into Tammy Hall Street, and there's a small square where we can congregate. There's a toilet, disabled toilets are available on the ground floor and floor 2. Other toilets are available on the ground floor and floor 1, which is this floor. The toilets are along the corridor, directly opposite to where I'm sitting. But please leave the room by the doors at the back, turn right on exiting this room, and then there are 2 sets of doors you'll need to go through. The second set of doors needs to be operated by the green button on the wall. As inspectors indicated, the session is being filmed, but it's not being recorded. And finally, in terms of the microphones, they are all active. They will just be activated when you speak. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And a final practical note, just to say that if you are intending to film or record the session and share any images of this, just to note you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. So in terms of how the session this morning will run, it will take the form of a structured discussion based on the agenda before us. I have a series of questions for the Council that seeks to probe the evidence, and there will be an opportunity for participants around the table to have a say as well. If you wish to come in at any stage though, please place your nameplate on its end in the normal way, and I'll bring you in as soon as I can. During the session we may discuss potential main modifications or changes to the plan that may be needed to ensure it's sound or legally compliant, and I've asked the Council to keep a running list of these, so we may add to it as we go through the morning. Right, if we could now do some introductions. So if you can say your name and your organisation or who you represent, and starting on my left, please.
Thank you. I'm Neville Ford. I'm the Council Service Manager for Planning and Transportation, and I'm a Chartered Town Planner.
Good morning, my name is Morgan Stringer. I'm a team leader in the Spatial Policy team at Wakefield Council.
Morning, my name is Sarah Smith. I'm in the Spatial Policy team at Wakefield Council.
John Garner, Green Space Officer for Street Scene Services at Wakefield Council.
Sorry, I missed your surname.
John Garner.
Garner.
Mark Campbell, Chairman of Featherstone Rovers, Woodward.
Patrick Townsend, Townsend Planning Consultants, on behalf of Featherstone Rovers.
I'm Colin Corrin, Director of Featherstone Rovers.
Thank you.
Morning everybody, Justin Gartland, Litchfield's Planning Consultants for Persimmon Homes, West Yorkshire.
Morning, Councillor Paul Crompton, Criddleston Parish Council.
Morning, Madam Councillor Peter Daniels, Criddleston Parish Council.
Thank you.
Morning, Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing various clans.
Thank you very much. Right, before we begin the main agenda, does anyone have any questions of a practical nature about how the session will run? No? Okay. Right, let's proceed then to matter 20, which is the main item before us for the rest of the morning. This concerns policies on community facilities, leisure and open space. So it covers strategic policies, WSP 11 and 20, and a range of other local policies in Volume 1 of the plan, which will be used for development management purposes. And also there are a number of allocation sites for open space, leisure opportunities, areas, etc. In the back of Volume 1. The agenda in front of us doesn't cover all of the policies and issues within the plan. I have picked out those where I have particular questions and obviously where perhaps others have made points as well. But there may well be other sites or policies that you wish to comment on. So if you do, then can I ask you to do that under item 12 on the agenda at the end? Thank you. So moving on then to item 8, and this concerns policy WSP 20, which sets out an approach to community facilities, including open space, as clarified in the plan, and also the approach to open space as set out in policy WLP 44, which seeks to restrict the loss of open space. So I've got some questions on how those policies will work and how they will align with the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework. But before I pose those, can I just ask the Council if you could just start us off just by explaining how both policies are intended to operate in terms of open space. So I'm looking here particularly at section 3 of WSP 20 in terms of the loss of, and then how that would work alongside WLP 44.
Policy WSP 20 is a strategic policy. Obviously, as you just said, Mark, it covers not just open space. So, and WLP 44 is certainly in relation to open space. So both of these policies are going to need to be taken into account in the planning decision. Obviously, there's certain aspects in WSP 20, Part 3, that will not apply to open space, because the NPPF paragraph 99 doesn't include reference to cumulative community benefits identified as part of regeneration schemes. These 3 criteria have "or" at the end of them, so only one of them would be needed. So there's basically, we think that these 2 policies can work together. So both WLP 44 provides in more detail and deals with development on areas of open space. Is that sufficient?
Thank you. So you're saying you would look at both policies, but I'm assuming then the main policy will be WLB 44. You're talking about the loss of open space.
Yes.
So that would be the predominant one.
Yeah.
Because there are differences, aren't there, between Section 3 and WLB 44?
Yes, and WSP 20 is not specific. It talks about satisfactory alternative provision and criteria C facilities no longer needed, whereas WLP 44 goes into more detail on what is that, how that will be assessed. But the WSP 20 is broad enough, so it would cover the situation for other community facilities that are not open space. So it provides that
Thank you. Right, does anyone else have any comments on either of these policies, how they work, how they align with the NPPF and other matters? Mr. Garland.
Thank you, Mark. Just really, there seems to be a bit of a tension between the Strategic Policy 20 and the Local Policy 44. And it just seems to me, and I may be reading it incorrectly, but I don't think so. The WSP 20 talking about community facilities and services, when you read around that policy, it's very much focusing on what I'd sort of regard as built community facilities and services, and the reference under A to public open space seems to be a bit lost in there, because it's the only time that it's mentioned, and there's nothing on it in the preamble, and it seems to not really relate then to the Local Policy 44, which we could discuss the extent to which it does or not, but is more aligned with NPPF Para 99. And I think Para 99 is one of, I would say for you, but one of the paragraphs of the NPPF which actually does quite easily translate into a local policy, but just reflecting it rather than changing it or adding to it in any way. Come on to that later maybe, but it just seemed to me that the remedy would be really to just remove reference to public open space under sub-para 2A of WSP 20, and then you disentangle the whole thing.
So just to clarify then, you're saying the proposed change would be under Section 3 of WSP 20, you would apply that not to open space. So
yeah, you can make it specific, even in the supporting text, that this policy doesn't relate to public open space, because you've got a separate policy at the local level, which is essentially a catch-all anyway for public open space retention.
Thank you very much. Can I get the Council's view on that proposed change then, so that Part 3 of WSP 20 would be not related to open space, so it would capture just the other range of community facilities? I think that's what you said.
Not quite. It was really Para 2 sub A, where it specifically mentions public open space.
Sorry, so what change would you like to just to remove open space there?
Remove reference to public open space under 2A, and I think, going back to your point, which I think is helpful, is to actually specify that sub 3 doesn't apply to public open space, because that would clarify that further.
Sorry for putting words in your mouth there, obviously come up with a good suggestion. Okay. So it would be Part 2 that would change and potentially then 3. Okay. Could I ask the Council to respond, please?
I think we need to take this policy in the context of the National Planning Policy Framework, which lists examples of community facilities, including open spaces. So I don't think it is appropriate to take the word public open space out of Part 2A, because this policy, the whole of this policy applies to the whole of community facilities and services which the NPPF is talking about in other paragraphs more widely. I haven't got the paragraphs to hand, but I'm sure there's talking about positive provision of sports food facilities and services. I'm assuming the additional text in the publication draft in red has been pulled out of the paragraph specifically in the NPPF. So, and similarly, I don't agree that it would be appropriate to therefore also make an exemption in part 3 to open space.
Right, does anyone else have any other comments they wish to make? Mr. Gartman?
Sorry, if you're going to accept that argument, Ma'am, I think then paragraph 3 does then need to reflect para 99 of MPPF. We'll end up doing it twice in the plan. Or just refer to WRP 43 at that point.
Can I come back on that one?
Yes, certainly, yeah.
So you mentioned about cross-referencing to what policy in WLP 44?
Sorry, 44.
44, sorry. I mean, a solution would be to have something in supporting text that says there are more specific local policies in relation to open space, which would mean that that people looking at WSP 20 would see it in the context of that more detail, rather than going with the further changes at the moment of this policy.
So you're suggesting it would just be a simple cross-reference effectively to WLP 44?
I think that's what Mr. Garden suggested, a cross-reference, and I think supporting text would be the location for it, not the policy. If the issue is that actually people think that this is the only policy that's related to community facilities, including open spaces as well.
Okay, from my perspective, I think a cross-reference in the supporting text just generally would be useful because it clarifies, doesn't it, that that other policy exists, because if you read WSP 20 alone, you don't even know that WLP 44 is sitting in the back of the plan. So I would agree that I think a main modification would be useful, but I think I'm minded to agree more with Mr. Gartland. I think there is some tension between the two. So I would agree with his suggestion that either you specifically say in the supporting text of WSP 20 that part 3 doesn't relate to open space, or you ensure that part 3 of that policy aligns with the MPPF. I would be comfortable with either, but I think there is some tension there that's not entirely clear.
I think because we've got WLP 44 then, and we could specifically exclude part 3, as long as we had that cross-reference as well in the supporting text, if that was how that was dealt with. We would obviously need to be then a bit more sort of explicit that criteria, part 1 and 2 do apply to open space.
Yes, so I would agree that there should be some sort of main modification there then, so it could fall under the supporting text if needed.
So the main modification policy
well, if the supporting text clarifies that part 3 doesn't relate to open space, then that would be sufficient, as long as it's clear somewhere how the policy operates. So, Mr. Gartland, I assume that obviously meets your desire? Right, thank you for that. I've got no more questions under item 8. Moving on to item 9 then. This is just picking up a couple of modifications relating to heritage in policies WLP 25, which is recreation use of water resources, and WLP 44, open space, obviously we've just covered, as set out in the Statement of Common Ground with Historic England, and also in the Council's Schedule of Changes 1.13 document. Does anyone around the table have any comments on those? Ms. Smith?
The Schedule of Changes was meant to reflect Historic England's text. We have noted there is a difference between that and the Statement of Common Ground update includes in the appendix the amended text reflects the Historic England's text. So just to clarify that.
So the most up-to-date version is the Statement of Common Ground?
Update, yeah, November 2021.
Thank you. There's no other comments, obviously, so just to say that I confirm that I agree with those proposed changes then as set out in the Statement of Common Ground. Right, moving on to item 10, leisure opportunity areas. So this is a proposed change as set out in 113 on page 29 to insert reference in LP 134 to the requirement for an environmental permit. Could I just get the Council's view? Do you consider this to be a main modification or a minor modification or addition?
Well, we consider this would be a minor modification.
Yes, I read it. It is probably one of those changes that is possibly borderline because it could make it more effective, the policy, but actually it is a fairly sort of small, discrete change and quite factual in its nature. So I would be tempted to agree with you that it would be minor. Okay, and then picking up on my second bullet point, so this is an issue that we talked about at the Matter 9 session. We have already covered this. So it's a proposed deletion of LP 144, Wakefield Kirkgate, and it was agreed at the Matter 9 session that it would be subsumed effectively in the SPA site LP 161, and that would be a modification.
Yes.
Does anyone else wish to comment on that particular change? No? Okay. Does anyone wish to comment on any other matters concerning leisure opportunity areas? Mr. Crompton.
Thank you, Mark. And I've got comments on 3 leisure opportunity areas, WLP 24, 138 and 139. Starting with 24, I have comments on the wording of the policy. I'm saying that.
Sorry, can I just? Sorry, did you say 24?
Yes, I think it's 24. It's
LP 24.
Leisure opportunity area.
Could you just specify what the name of that leisure opportunity area is, please?
Sorry?
What's the name of that leisure opportunity area? I'm struggling to see.
I can't find it either. WLP 24 is the main leisure opportunity.
Oh, you're doing policy? Yeah, oh, right.
The first one was just the overarching leisure opportunity area policy. The second one is about companies' leisure opportunity area and the third one was about Calder Valley leisure opportunity area.
Okay, sorry, just let me find the right page.
Well, I think
Have you got the page number for LP24 anymore?
it's on page 109.
109.
Volume.
Right, I found it. Please proceed. WLP24.
Right, okay, and problems with the wording really with this, because I'm really speaking within the context of obviously Peterson Parish and the green belt that comes through from, you know, between Aubrey, Calder Grove and then sweeps round to Pugneys up to Sandler Castle and things. So the first point says they will support leisure sports, outdoor recreation and sports, provided it can be demonstrated that the development does not have a significant detrimental impact on the own character of the green belt and does not conflict with its purposes. Now, first of all, you know, what's the definitions of significant detrimental? I would suggest that both significant and detrimental should be deleted, or at least significant should be deleted, because it seems to me to be setting an incredibly then a high bar. And I would say that if it is having a significant or detrimental impact on the own character of the green belt, then clearly it's in conflict with NPP2. And I think the policy in itself needs to have some differentiation between ordinary green belt, which might be in a setting where, you know, there's a few miles of it, as it were, and green belt that is identified as essential strategic gap, because perhaps then we're only talking about a gap of perhaps a few hundred yards. So quite clearly, if you start to insert you know, buildings or development into the latter, then it's going to have a far more significant impact in that location than it would in a location, say, in a few miles of green belt. So I think there needs to be either a separate point in respect of green essential strategic gap green belt land, which would obviously set a far higher you know, bar for policies to be supported there, where there was going to be, you know, development or buildings in a gap of, say, only a few hundred yards. And then the second point says facilities and activities are of an appropriate scale, design and intensity which respect the character and amenity of the surrounding area. Well, I think here again we're running up into the problem that we've mentioned previously times before of the settlement hierarchy, and how this has a distorting impact on how that particular point will be viewed. We'll take our own case, for example, whereas the land itself will not be treated as green belt, it will be treated as some kind of extension to the urban area, and you know, rather than saying, well, it's next to a residential kind of village, you know, it'll be stated, oh, it's part of a Wakefield, so therefore there'll be no you know, cognizance of the actual reality of the situation, and so this again needs to, you know, have some definition to it. And as I said, the problem that the settlement hierarchy, once again, is hanging over all of this like the sword of Damocles, and it's distorting the way that things could go. I mean, in terms of the scale and design, I mean, I think it's so keen that are putting forward proposals to changes to policy SLP3 with regard to taking cognizance of you know, the scale of development in relation to things, and we very much support Historic England's proposals on that. I think this policy also then needs to include paragraphs about air quality, traffic, biodiversity, infrastructure, drainage and flooding. You know, to expand out exactly, you know, what impact, you know, these could have, and you know, what kind of assessments are going to be required in relation to this. So that would be my comments with regard to the overarching policy.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I understand your concerns about that particular area of Greenbelt you've referred to, but can I just clarify what changes you want to be, or you think should be made to 1 and 2?
Yes.
So you said you've got concerns about significant detrimental, that wording, so what would you want instead?
Well, just even the development does not have an impact on the own character of the green belt, and that I mean, the second point is obviously the problem we've got is that, you know, people are going to bring up the settlement hierarchy and say, well, you know, the scale we're talking here, you know, it's talking like urban Wakefield, when in reality what you're actually talking about is a residential village.
So in terms of the wording of the policy then, would you want reference then to the narrowness of the gap, the strategic gap? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that would help. You know, I think perhaps an additional point should be made, you know, after 1, specifically with regard to, you know, green belting the strategic, essential strategic gap. You know, to say that, you know, really there needs to be a far more you know, detailed examination of the impact that would take place in that narrow setting. And as you say, I think at the end there should be, like there is in some of the other policies, it says that, you know, assessments will be required. Well, I think assessments should be required in terms of air quality, traffic, biodiversity, infrastructure and drainage and flooding.
Yes, there are other policies in the plan that relate to those matters that if an application came forward, they would apply. But if I could ask the council, in terms of your points about the word significant and detrimental in reference to essential strategic gap, could I get the council's view on those proposals?
Could I just have a minute?
Yes, certainly. I mean, Greenbelt policy is obviously, as you know, set in the MPF, so it's paragraph 150.
So we would stick with our policy. In terms of the context for Greenbelt, we obviously have a national planning policy which sets out what is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, and obviously this would be a factor in the assessment of this. We would stick with the fact that it says significant detrimental impact on the open character of Greenbelt. Now, Councillor Crompton has referred to a few aspects in relation to strategic gaps and whether Greenbelt is extensive or not extensive, and he thinks we should be treating this differently in the policy. The policy is a general policy that relates to the Greenbelt, and at that point, in relation to a particular application, a particular proposal, consideration would be given to the impact on the open character of that application, and I don't think it's appropriate to focus on specific purposes or specific locations when talking about general policy. We have Greenbelt assessments around, well, we've already discussed where we have already some sort of indication of the value of the Greenbelt around settlements. But obviously, these proposals will be assessed in relation to that detail, same detail.
Thank you. So, Crompton, was there anything else you wish to say on WRP 24 and the Council's response?
Thank you, ma'am. Well, just to say, essential strategic Greenbelt land is not just restricted to Crimson Parish. You know, it appears at various locations throughout the district. So I wouldn't accept what the council's saying, that, you know, it's just one particular area. I think this is an issue that can arise in numerous locations across the district, and I think it's a pertinent point to make that you know how the two pieces of green belt are dealt with, and you know, because of the physical realities of the amount of green belt that we're actually talking about.
From my perspective, my feeling is that policy does align with the NPPF. It reflects the government's green belt policies. So I don't think I have a particular problem with the wording of one. And I have to agree with the councillor. I have to say I don't think there's a real essential need for soundness reasons to refer specifically to an essential green belt within the policy, because of the reason that if a planning application did come forward for certain uses that are permitted under the policy, that issue, the quality of the green belt, the size of the gap, all site-specific things would be taken into account as a matter of course. So, in terms of where I'm at now, I think I'm minded not to say that any changes are needed to that policy. But thank you for your points, Mr. Crompton. Did you want to go on now to talk about the specific sites? I think you mentioned a few.
138 Companies Leisure Opportunity area.
Well, that's on page 179.
I think the main concerns of the council, particularly with regard to this policy and 139, is that we're going to get some kind of Disney World kind of development brought forward, you know, for this particular area. And I think in terms of looking at what it says at the bottom of the policy, the number of assessments and the kind of like impacts that kind of suggested that may occur, I mean, immediately suggests that this is a unsustainable development. I mean, at the moment, we've got an area that is used and attracts quite a lot of you know, people to it. The parish council has put forward a suggestion for how this could be enhanced for the use of local people to be able to interact with a wider area in the space between Durker, Criggleston, Sandwell and Sandwell Castle, and that you know, which would respect the biodiversity of the area, and it would also not lead to overdevelopment and unsustainable development of the area. In terms of the wording in the policy, it is proposed to enhance and develop countryside recreation. I think the word develop probably belies actually what you know, is going to happen and what's proposed. We know, you know, probably support, you know, low-key enhancements that were in keeping with the biodiversity and ecology of the site. But any kind of significant, or shall I say, any kind of development that was going to detract from the open nature of the site, which obviously, as I've mentioned, sits in a very restricted area, and it can impact on the visual aspects to Sandwell Castle. So again, there seems to be the suggestion that, you know, this is attracting from a wider area, which will generate the use of motorways by vehicles, and so will have a negative impact on climate change and on pollution. And a vast majority of the traffic would have to egress and exit the site from the air quality management zone at junction 39 on the M1. So that will have a negative impact on air pollution. There's also the impact on local communities. There's the impact on the local traffic system, there's the impact on biodiversity, potential impact on infrastructure and drainage. The area also features in the Environment Agency flood map, so there's obviously risk associated to flood. And again, obviously, there's the concern of the distorted impact of the settlement hierarchy on these policies. I think as well we have to look at the totality of what's been proposed in Incidence parish with the other developments that we've looked at. I think it's very much a case of what the parish council will support is a kind of like steady as you go policy with enhancements to biodiversity and ecology, and producing perhaps some more footpaths, more tree planting, more hedgerow planting, things that could be used for local people to have a wider access to the area, perhaps some horse riding and things of that nature. So we certainly, support that type of enhancement to the area. But what we want to clearly avoid is any developments and developments that will be completely out of character to both the biodiversity and the setting of the area. And I'm afraid we've got, again, a track record of these kind of things being brought forward in this particular location. One of your colleagues 34 years ago set up a public inquiry on a very large development that was proposed on this site. And the council was suggesting that 3 60-metre high domes in the back gardens of people living on Dendale Road wasn't going to materially affect their amenity. And this is the kind of thing that we have to be, very wary against, that this kind of overdevelopment, unsustainable overdevelopment is going to be brought forward in this area. So, that would be my, comments on the company's leisure opportunity area.
Okay, thank you. Can I just clarify what changes you're seeking to the policy then? Are you wanting, what specific wording do you want changed? Or, conversely, would the parish council prefer it not to be identified as a leisure opportunity area?
I think perhaps the latter option, Mark, because I think any proposals brought forward could be dealt with other policies, such as greenbelt policies and nature policies and things of that nature. So I think that would be because I think the way it is written is clearly indicative that the proposals are completely unsustainable. With the amount of impact that they're, kind of foreseen, as it were. So I think to keep it steady as she goes, with a bit of, as I said, take on board what the parish council is saying about enhancements to the, to woodlands pathways and hedgerows. And we've suggested that the council could meet with local, groups such as the parish council, the Sandal residents and Friends of Sandal Castle, to come up with a sustainable, low-key enhancement for local people to, the wider areas.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Daniels, would you like to add to your colleagues' comments?
Thank you, ma'am. It's mainly to do with the situation of the flooding. And it continually, at the moment, they can't keep the water off the main roads. And adjacent to it was a pit, Durka pit, which closed in 1919 because they couldn't keep the water out of it. It's still flooding today. The major problem we've got is at the entrance into Plum is a main, at the moment, it's completely flooded. But when it rains, it's going to get worse because there's nowhere for the water to go now. And the council, deplore this, that we have to paddle around in all this water. It is annoying, but they don't listen, with all due respect, to the people that live in the area about the problem of flooding. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to the council now and just get your views in terms of your reasons for proposing this site, and also taking account of obviously what Mr. Compton said, whether there are any changes to the policy wording that could partly assist what the parish council's concerns are about. Sorry, is it you?
Thank you, Mark, for being
responding
this time. The council will endorse a lot of what's been said by Councillor Compton. This is an existing attraction of significant importance. We do need to have this identified as such in the plan, but it is an attraction for countryside and outdoor recreation. The policy itself says that the ambition is proposed to enhance, develop countryside recreation and outdoor sports, including the visitor centre and new outdoor sports facilities. This is not an opportunity area for significant local development. It sits in the green belt. Parts of the site do flood, that's all recognised. So this is about providing a degree of certainty about the continuation of that land to be used for its current uses. The lakes were created as a result of former workings and quarry workings. So the intention is to do quite a lot of what Councillor Compton has said. It makes specific reference to creating ecological based activities such as nature trails and improved links to the adjoining Calder Valley leisure opportunity area on the face of the policy. So we consider it important to leave this in the plan.
Thank you. Mr. Compton, would you like to add to your points?
Just to say, Mark, that obviously the concerns arise from the fact that the council has a commercialisation of company's policy that obviously they're wishing to pursue, and obviously that seems to me to be completely contrary to what the level of use and enjoyment that the site needs, because obviously to make a profit on the site would seem to be against really what the purpose of the site should be about, and also that the actual scale of development will be more than is compatible with the use that exists there at the moment. As I said, I think where we are, we've got a low level, building that they use for, boats and things of that nature, which sits low down in the landscape. No kind of problem with that. But I think the point is that if it's a country, it's a country park, then that's what it should be. People come to look at countryside, water, trees, hedgerows. They don't want to come and look at warehousing, building, and hence my comments previously on the opposite side of the road, 1332. Removal of land from Greenbelt for a safeguarded area. Issues there about exactly what it is going to be used for, and because of the topography, it dominates the company's country park. So, we need to keep that in the green belt to keep the whole, environment of the area. And I'm sure we can find ways of utilising, the green belt land, to, enhance the footpaths, and the hedgerows and the tree planting, to make it a really, really attractive area for people to connect with nature and be for mental health and well-being. Thank you.
It seems to me that the parish council and the council are aligned on their aspirations for the site. And I have to say, my reading of the policy is that it's about enhancing what is there. There doesn't seem to be any reference to major development. Obviously, it's within the green belt, so those national controls would remain, and hopefully we provide you with the parish council with some comfort. I can see also benefit of having a policy on this area, because I think, as Mr. Ford just said, it's a key strategic leisure opportunity area. So in that regard, I think there's relevance to having a policy that sets some sort of strategic direction for that site. So as I sit here now, I think I'm probably minded to say that I don't see a reason, for Sanders reasons, to delete that, to take that side out of the plan. So that's just to let you know what my position is now. But thank you for raising your thoughts on that. Was there another site that you wish to talk about as well?
Yes, the 139 Calder Valley Leisure Opportunity area. I mean, it's very much similar to the comments I made about Rugby's, really. It's about the actual, kind of like development, really. And, obviously the Parish Council will, enhance any thing that, in terms of the ecological and biodiversity and, probably improvements, to footpaths and things of that nature, hedgerows, tree planting, etc. The issue again is whether it is sustainable in terms of the amount of traffic that you're trying to attract to the area, and taken in totality with the other policies that the existing issues with the environment that we've already got in air pollution, the M1 motorway, and all the developments, the amount of traffic. The two policies 1411 and 1332 that have been mentioned, and the potential obviously as the amount of extra traffic that will be generated there, and obviously if there was an increase in usage by people travelling by car, then obviously that would add to the pressures on air pollution. So very much really concerns along the same lines as the ones that highlighted in terms of companies, and I think with both the companies' policies, the Calder Valley one, that if assessments are going to be carried out, then those should include ones for air quality, and both of the policies should take cognizance of the appropriate scale in terms of the adjacent settlements. And also the fact that these two areas are situated in strategic green belt gap areas. So the actual amount of green belt is of a limited nature.
Did the council wish to comment on this particular site?
Thank you. The comments will be similar to those comments made in relation to LP 138. Just one further point to make. LP 1332 is identified as a safeguarded area, so there would be no traffic generated on that, development on the basis of the draft plan. It's very similar. We're looking for providing opportunities for outdoor recreation and nature-based type activities.
Okay. So, Mr. Crompton, my response would be the same, I think, in terms of LP 139 as the previous site. Thank you. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mum. Just thought I'd just clarify a couple of points, Mum. Obviously, my site is LP 1332 and LP 1411, I think was mentioned.
Okay, so this is a safeguarding land site?
Yeah, the safeguarding land site, LP 1332. As you've seen in the submissions we've made, we've shown areas of enhancement in terms of biodiversity, ecology, footpaths, and everything like that, so it all dovetails with the leisure opportunity area and the council's aspirations and the parish council's aspirations to improve linkages, walking, footpaths, biodiversity enhancements and things like that. LP 1411, which is the Broadcut Farm site at junction 39. Again, as we talked about probably last week, we've referenced, and that there is amenity enhancement on land within the leisure opportunity area as part of that scheme to enhance open space, leisure opportunities, footpath linkages along the River Calder and the navigation there, which will all improve the outdoor recreation and the health and wellbeing agenda that the council aspires towards. So both of these leisure opportunity areas are leisure opportunity areas in terms of recreation, and both of those proposals respect that in terms of the scale and what we can offer to the area in terms of enhancement. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. Right, I think that probably concludes that item. Thank you very much, Mr. Compton and Mr. Daniels, for your points you've raised. We will move on to item 11, and this concerns sports facilities allocation at Featherstone Rovers Sports Hub. This is site LP 140 in the plan. If I could just ask the council, just to start me off, if you could just clarify my understanding of the position regarding the green belt. So it's correct then that part of the site is being released from the green belt, as shown on the policies mapping, and part remains in the green belt?
No, that's correct.
And just in terms of then the uses, because at the moment you have, sorry, just to get the policy in front of me. At the moment, the policy talks about a range of uses, doesn't it, on the site? I think there's a modification put forward as well to slightly widen that to other associated uses. So at the moment, that's talking about the whole site in its entirety, isn't it, including the green belt section and the non-green belt section? Is that correct, or is there a distinction?
Well, those, I can check, I'll get a colleague just to check if there's a distinction, but the intention is those associated development uses would only apply to that part of the site that's being removed from the green belt.
Okay.
If that's not clear, we can make that clear.
That's the main sort of concern that I had, and the questioning, line of questioning that I wanted to pursue today is just that question. Yes, because at present time, you have on the policies map a boundary, I assume, for the whole site, which includes the green belt section and the non-green belt section. It was a bit difficult to tell because there's so many hashed lines going through on the policies map. I wasn't entirely sure. And your policy text, I assume, then probably relates to the green belt section and the non-green belt section. So yes, obviously, if you're talking about built form such as units for industrial units or other associated uses that might not be appropriate uses in the green belt part of that site. So that was my concern.
That's right, and the associated development will be associated with helping to sustain and continue Rugby League Club, which, albeit it is a professional Rugby League club, it fulfills a very important role in the local community of Featherstone. It hosts many community events and supports local sports teams. It is really important that it continues to be able to continue, and so that associated development may be directly related, maybe additional sporting buildings, facilities related directly to the club, or it may be something that might be run separately commercially, but has the opportunity to provide some funding for the club. But that only applies to the piece of land that's being removed from the green belt, which is in the ownership of the Rugby League Club.
Right, thank you for clarifying that. That's very useful. So, Mr. Townsend and Mr. Campbell, did you wish to come in at this stage and just perhaps talk about, your plans and your vision?
Yes. Sorry, taking back a step. The land that is to remain in the green belt is which has hit. Obviously, last year, all rugby was stopped outside the top division, so Featherstone didn't have any income in terms of match days, anything like that, to which point the furlough pay and government grants and assistance like that actually kept the sport, kept what is a community asset all across probably the north of England alive. Which is also, I suppose, where I've been involved in for the past 5 years, has led on to the point that, and to be fair, there was a point before the last year, is that the club is looking to ensure its survival outside the game of rugby league. There's the ground, there's the adjacent land, which are really strong assets for the club, and they want to make sure that these can move forward alongside any other community benefits, because as I say, it's not a perspective in terms of that it's just the club that seek to benefit. They're really after the community benefit. They already use sports facilities. If there's measures including 3G pitches and things like that, it can help the community more. And really it's beyond certainly just the, as I say, a matter of the club and the on-field decisions and all about the success of the club. It's more than it's the success of the community. And as I say, that's where we come on to the wording of associated facilities. I think it's really just to ensure that the future of the club can be maintained for the next few years, so that Featherstone Rovers isn't just a name in the history books. It's a club that's thriving and can probably push on to Super League, which has been ever so close to the past few years. But yeah, I would support everything that Neville said in relation to associated facilities, and really it's, and again it's still at a high level at this stage, but really supporting the community and bringing forward the benefits to help everyone in Featherstone, as well as just the club and the local community.
Thank you very much. That's very useful. If I could return to the council, then obviously, as I said earlier, the policy as written relates to the whole site, doesn't it? So is there a sort of a way of perhaps subdividing it or making it clear which parts of the site the associated uses and the other sort of built form may relate to? Have you had a think about that?
Yes, we can do that, because we can make it quite clear that it only applies to the land that's not sitting within the agreement.
And Mr. Townsend, do you have a view on that as a potential change?
We're more than happy. As I say, it's not in the land to remain in the Greenbelt isn't in the club's ownership, but they do have a vested interest. They do help. I think there's a bowling club, there's a cricket club, and there's some sports fields.
Matt Campbell from Featherstone. The community sports hub is obviously we want to enhance the local bowling, cricket, football and rugby pitches and facilities. Since the Terra Rugby development, the access were taken away, the physical access were taken away from the adjacent Terra Rugby development. So our neighbours, we've allowed our neighbours to access their sporting facilities through our land. So we would like to work with our neighbours, and we've got good relationships with all the clubs, and we want to enhance the facilities by providing better access. There's some street lighting, because during these winter months it's quite dark and I wouldn't want to walk over there myself with my wellies on, never mind trudging over with kids. So we want to enhance that, and we'd like to invest along in these facilities and create some new changing rooms, rehab facility, promoting 4G pitches, possibly some indoor cricket nets, which will just make the site more a focal point for community and all the sporting clubs in the town.
Thank you very much. Right, I don't have any further questions regarding that site, so thank you very much for your time and for attending today. That takes us on then to matter 12, and this is other comments. So if anyone has any comments on any other policies regarding community facilities, leisure and open space, then please place your name plate on its side now. And I'll bring you in turn. Mr. Crompton, you are first.
Thank you, ma'am. It's just comments about WLP 48 sports facilities.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you? Just to say that as your item's completed, you are welcome to leave if you wish to. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
WLP 48 sports facilities. My comments on this are basically exactly the same as on the policy 24, leisure opportunity in areas. It's just about the wording about the impact on amenity and highway safety and the scale of the development in relation to the surrounding area. So, you know, obviously the word significant and detrimental, and I think point 1A should also include, as well as highway safety, it should include air quality. And obviously considering that the scale of any such development would impact on the surrounding areas. And similarly again, it says at the bottom, in accordance with national planning policy in terms of the green belt, same points that, you know, maybe the earlier one about the wording in the open character.
So what was your last point? So can you repeat your last point, please?
Yes, and it says at the bottom of the sports facilities policy, it says
is this section 3?
Outdoor sports facilities within the green belt will be supported where development does not have a significant detrimental impact on the open character of the green belt, and you know, does not conflict with its purposes. So, you know, the same points I made with the earlier policy were about you know, the differences between green belt where it's, you know, a significant area and a strategic gap where it's a very limited area, and the wording, you know, significant detrimental.
Okay, thank you. Does the council want to respond to what Mr. Crompton has just said?
I think we say the same thing that we said about the previous policy where these issues were raised, in terms of we would stick by the wording of the policy in relation to the issues that are assessed and the way that they are assessed.
So I think, Mr. Crompton, probably my response is the same as before. Did you have another policy you wish to comment on? No. Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Garland.
Thank you, Mark. Can I just have a brief discussion about WLP 43? Just as a preliminary point, my point is about essentially clarity and emphasis really on this one. So it deals with two aspects of public services. The bulk of the policy, almost all of the supporting text and almost all of the council's hearing statement talks about publicly provided services, which is the second element of the policy. The first element of the policy, which is the para 1, which is just 3 lines long, is about all other development that occurs. And it talks about it being required to demonstrate no unacceptable adverse impact, which my client's concerned about in terms of the ambiguity of that wording. and the lack of clarity as to what that actually means. Now, if you look at the second part of that policy, when it comes to the publicly provided public services, there is a lot of clarity about what that actually means. So the bulk of the policy is padded out with precisely the sort of information that perhaps any other developer coming in, looking at providing housing, for example, which may or may not have some form of effect on public services, would wish to address. Now, I think the policy would be fine. I think I've got 2 points, really. Firstly, I would expect sub-para 1 to have some form of clarity over what the form of impact would be that would be looked at by the council. And if it's any help, I would have thought that the 2 things are that there'd be no loss, and that where there was an effect on capacity, that excessive capacity is that the provision is made for an excessive capacity, for example. So that could be expanded, you know, in a similar way to Part 2 sub-criteria are expanded. That's the main point. But the second point is that with the ambiguity around unacceptable adverse impact, or even with some clarity in a couple of subparagraphs, the council's done an awful lot of work in relation to specific allocations within the plan, in terms of what infrastructure, social, economic or otherwise, is required to allow that development as allocated to proceed. So I would expect this policy somehow to cross-refer to that, so that it's clear when a developer is looking at the site that he knows or she knows that the list under the allocation is the list of provision that is required or areas that need to be investigated. For example, you will get certain allocations are in an area where there's a recognised need for educational provision to be made, or a health impact assessment to be included in order to assess the effects of the development on that aspect of infrastructure. And you know, because you've got the list in front of you under the allocations as to what you're faced with. But applying this as a catch-all on top of that then removes that certainty. So it would make the plan much more effective if there was some form of that ambiguity was removed, and there was some reference to the fact that allocations within the plan had their own definition of what provision would be needed for any loss or impact on public services. I don't think the policy should be removed. I think you're going to have, throughout the life of the plan, you're going to have windfall sites coming forward, and you need a policy to be able to apply to those. But where you've got the allocations, you've done all that work to understand what's required to deliver those allocations. That's where you should look for certainty.
Yes. Can I just pick on your first point then about you're saying the ambiguity of that wording, unacceptable adverse impact. Have you thought about a form of further wording that you wish to see?
Well, I think if you were to demonstrate that, if you followed a similar form of wording to the second part of the policy, the proposal would be required to demonstrate that there would be no loss of this form of infrastructure, or where there is an effect that provision is made where further capacity is required. Then that gives you at least something to go on. But I think that makes that policy clearer and more effective as a catch-all for any development coming forward that's not an allocated site. But I think there's then the if you like, the sidestep that takes you to the allocated sites where the requirements are actually all set out, because the council has done a lot of work to understand what's required.
Yes, at present time, although that's obviously subject to change in itself, isn't it? Especially if they come forward later in the plan period. There may be changes. But obviously that will be dealt with at the plan application stage.
Well, yes, it could.
Yeah. Okay, so effectively then the wording change, just to clarify, that you're looking for, instead of unacceptable adverse impact, so you would want instead to say where there is an effect, where that provision is made, where further capacity is required. Something along those lines?
Something along those lines, Mark.
Can I get the council's view on that, please?
Thank you, Mark. Just to point out, this is a strategic policy, therefore it covers both unallocated and allocated sites. It is one policy in the plan should be read as a whole, so there are specific allocations in the plan that have some of the issues seeking to be addressed by this policy referenced, and as you said, they will be subject to change and dealt with in the plan application process. Part one of this policy is really trying to make sure we get an assessment of the impact on public services in the locality. Now, for example, that might be the type of development that comes forward has an impact on our social services, on the requirement for us to provide support for certain people who might be housed within that development, for example. Now that's not the same as it replacing other provision. So it's a cost to the council as a result of certain developments that might happen that are outside its control to a significant degree. But this provides an opportunity for us to assess that impact. And if that impact is considered unsustainable, for example, by the costs it might impose on social services, just as an example, then we are looking to provide the opportunity to take that into account. So it's not necessarily, or it isn't limited to, is there a lack of provision? So I think the word that we've got, unacceptable adverse impact, is appropriate.
I mean, my reading of both, like the existing policy wording and what you're saying is the same, effectively, isn't it?
I think I'm just looking for a bit more specificity in the policy rather than something that is a very broad net.
No, I understand your position and your desire for more certainty, but I suppose in a way the council will need to obviously look at everything on a case-by-case basis, and also each service type as well, won't you? So you're going to have, you need flexibility.
Yes,
and there can't be certainty at this stage always.
No, we can't know the answers now before we know what the proposal might be. And potentially it's impacted on changes made by government in terms of legislation and funding.
Okay, I think just in terms of what I've heard, I'm not sure whether there's a soundness reason to change the wording as written. I think it does provide that flexibility, which needs to be there, so there can't be certainty always. There needs to be some flexibility dealing with allocation sites that may come forward in a few years' time, dealing with windfall sites, etc. And it allows for those impacts to be assessed, I think, on a case-by-case basis. So that would probably be my view at the present time. Was there anything else you wished to add, Mr. Garland?
Not on that really. I think the concern of my clients was that it gave uncertainty to essentially the list of provisions within the allocations that they were bringing forward. But, you know, the requirements are pretty clear in the allocation, in the plan for each of the housing sites, for example. But then was this another way of bringing other requirements in that were in there that would be a surprise?
Yes, I'd hope not. So I would hope that your clients are discussing their sites with the council and looking at these issues together already.
well, they are pre-app on all of their sites,
Absolutely.
and but it's just about protecting the position in the longer term, isn't it? When some of these sites, which might, there might be sites that come forward after the current tranche, for example, which are all clear at the moment because the plan's just been written and the evidence base is fresh.
Thank you very much for your points. Does anyone else have any other comments they wish to raise? No? Okay. Right, that concludes the agenda then on matter 20. Thank you very much for your contributions and your time this morning. We will meet back at 2 o'clock then with matter 21. Thank you. Good afternoon everyone, and welcome to day 10 of the hearing sessions on the Wakefield Local Plan, and to this afternoon's session which is covering matters 21 and 22, and that is policies on design, environment protection and climate change under 21, and under matter 22, policies on the historic and the natural environment. Can I just check that everyone around the table can hear? Thank you. For those of you I haven't met to date, my name is Katie Child. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Planning Inspector, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination of the Wakefield Local Plan, and in doing so I'll be having regard to all of the written evidence in front of me, all the written representations made, and taking account of verbal submissions at the hearing sessions as well. So welcome to you. Just in terms of a few practicalities, if you have any problems or practical questions during the day, then please see Minnie Schofield, who's the Programme Officer, who no doubt you have met. Hopefully everyone has an agenda in front of them. In terms of the timings for this afternoon, I would normally look to take a break between matter 21 and 22, but looking at the list, it seems that I think most people are down to attend both. So it depends where we are with the timings. If we're well less than 2 hours, because we have to break every 2 hours according to the COVID protocols, it's less than 2 hours, then we'll run through, but we'll see where we're at with that. And then in terms of the finishing time, I'd hope to finish by 5 at the very latest of today. Okay, at this stage, can I turn to the Council, say a few words about practical matters, please?
Thank you, Mark. In terms of practical matters, I think all the participants this afternoon have either been at previous hearings or in the viewing gallery. I probably don't need to run through those in full. If I could just remind people to wear face coverings when they're not sat at the hearing table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to say, because obviously there may be people watching online as well, if you are intending to film or record the session and share any images, then please be aware that you will be responsible for complying with relevant data protection legislation. So in terms of how the session will run, it will take the form of a structured discussion based on the agenda before us. I've got a series of questions for the Council, and obviously there'll be a chance for others around the table to have their say at certain stages. If you wish to come in at any point though, then please place your nameplate on its end in the normal way, and I'll bring you in as soon as I can. As with other sessions, we may be discussing potential changes to the plan, known as main modifications, that could help to ensure it's soundly based. So I have asked the Council to keep a running list of these main modifications as we go through, so we may well be adding to that this afternoon. Right, before we begin the main agenda then, if we can do some introductions, and if you could say your name and your organisation or who you represent, please, starting on my left.
Thank you. I'm Neville Ford. I'm the Council Service Manager for Planning and Transportation, and I'm a Chartered Town Planner.
Good afternoon, my name is Malcolm Stringer. I'm one of the team leaders in the Spatial Policy Group at Wakefield Council.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Smith from the Spatial Policy Team at Wakefield Council.
Good afternoon, Paul Madison, Forest Manager for Wakefield Council.
Good afternoon, Kevin Trickett, President of Wakefield Civic Society, and I'd just like to add that I also chair the Yorkshire and Humber Association of Civic Societies, and other civic societies in the district are members, and I do regularly talk to other civic societies about planning matters.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Justin Gardner at Litchfields, focusing matters.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mark. Councillor Paul Crompton, Crudeston Parish Council.
Thank you.
Afternoon, ma'am. It's Andrew Rose from Sportforce, representing various clients.
Good afternoon, it's Joe Perkins from Banks Property.
Thank you very much. Right, so moving on then to matter 21. So this covers a range of strategic and local policies relating to design, environment protection and climate change in volume 1 of the plan. I've picked up a number of these policies in my agenda. It obviously doesn't cover everything. There are quite a number of policies in the plan on these issues. So if you do have comments on other policies that don't appear in the list, can I ask that you raise those under item 18, please, on the agenda? So moving on then to item 14, and this concerns policy WLP 59. And the council has put forward some changes to the policy. There's a version in SD 113, which is the schedule of proposed changes document produced by the council, and then also in your hearing statement as well. There is reference to a change in paragraph 21.6, I think. And sorry, the two versions I think are slightly different. Could you just clarify which is the latest, please?
You have before you the schedule of changes. The hearing statement was to supersede that. However, I know that in the proposed change in the hearing statement there is adjudication of the last, almost adjudication of the last line. So we're going to need to agree what the change will be. So would you like me to just talk through what it should be?
Yes, talk through what it should be and what your aim is.
So basically, I mean, this is largely a carried forward policy, so it's a supporting text. It was talking about unacceptability, the last sentence in paragraph 7.1a sentence, talking about unacceptability of internally illuminated box signs and neon strip lighting. And the questions for the hearing statements was asking whether this was justified evidence. Having looked at it and looking at the content of the policy, I don't think the supporting text can be so definitive to say it is unacceptable on listed buildings. So the proposed change would be just for that last paragraph to say unless it is internally illuminated box signs and neon strip lighting, for example, will not be acceptable unless it is compliant with the policy. And the policy sets out the criteria by which that development will be permitted as a positively planned policy.
I see, so that's what you're aiming to do.
Yeah, so I mean, perhaps we should just focus on the change, that last sentence, rather than quoting that whole paragraph.
So just to clarify then, the hearing statement is the up-to-date one, and it's that last part.
The hearing statement, the penultimate line, a sentence in that paragraph, you'll see it starts off also internally illuminated box signs and the strip lighting that. So obviously there's been a bit of a repetition by accident. That penultimate line sentence shouldn't be there at all. Is that okay?
Yes, no, I understand that.
In terms of soundness, we don't think it's necessary in terms of soundness because this policy and this supporting text has been examined and determined to be sound. So it is really just a case of clarification.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone else wish to comment on that very specific proposed change? Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, perhaps not unexpectedly, the Civic Society has something to say on this. And actually we support the council including this provision in the local plan. Less than half a mile away from here, a Grade 2 listed building recently acquired neon signage without planning permission that I can see. We don't know whether it's temporary for an exhibition or whether it's permanent. And a planning application that's gone in for a Grade 2 star listed building, even closer to this building, suggested that neon signage would be part of the refurbishment scheme. So there's an element of the thin end of the wedges in here. If you allow it once, where do you stop? And who decides what is appropriate once you allow neon lighting or box illumination? So we very strongly support what the council has to say on this.
So you support the proposed change as well, which obviously introduces a little bit of flexibility?
Yes.
Thank you for confirming. Okay, in terms of my view on what's been discussed then, I would agree that the additional new wording does probably make sense because, as you say, there may be situations where you want to sort of look at whether it complies with the policy, and that's the approach you would take, isn't it? You look and see whether it's compliant. So this effectively just clarifies that that would take place. But I think my gut reaction is I think it may be a main modification though, just because at present time it is very dogmatic, and it says they will not be acceptable in listed buildings. So you are sort of slightly changing the approach, or even if it's a clarification and a correction, it is a change. It's not a minor wording, alteration or anything similar. So if I could get you to add it to the running list of main modifications, thank you. Okay, that completes item 14. Then let's move on to 15. So this concerns policies WSP 23, WLP 30 and 31, which concern climate change, renewable energy and use of resources. I've got a couple of questions under the bullet points 2 and 3 and 4, but does anyone at this stage wish to say anything generally about the operation of those policies or make any comments at all? If so, then please place your nameplate on its side now. Mr. Trickett.
I think just in general terms, our concern is that the local plan talks a good strategy, but doesn't really show how it's going to be implemented. And we welcome anything which can be done to improve nature, reduce carbon emissions, make development sustainable. But how will this be measured and evaluated? And that's not clear. To say the local plan will promote better use of resources and minimise carbon emissions is grand, but a lot of the strategy seems to be built around how we utilise the green belt. And in fact, some of the developments which are proposed in the green belt will probably drive up carbon emissions because people have to commute to those developments, whether it's to work or from housing on those sites.
Okay, so your concern is you're not looking for any specific changes to the policies, but you're just worried about the implementation.
There needs to be stronger wording, we think, in the local plan somewhere to say how these policies will be evaluated and measured over time.
Oh, so it's the evaluation and the measurement that you're... Sorry, it's the evaluation
and monitoring, yes.
And the monitoring that you're concerned about. Does the council want to say just something briefly about how you would be evaluating the use of these policies?
Yeah, so in terms of the sustainability appraisal, we covered a lot of these issues, and there is an initial monitoring schedule in there to look at some of the potential significant impacts. We've got an existing annual monitoring report which we've had in place for probably about 50 years, I think, where we've been gradually adding to the local plan policies, and we're monitoring them through those processes. We do development monitoring, so how the policy is implemented through planning applications, and then we also use some of the proxy indicators that the council is monitoring through other parts of the services. So we do have some monitoring schedules that are in place already that monitor a lot of these indicators. I think we would continue to apply those, and we will be reviewing the monitoring process once this plan has been adopted to see what's the most appropriate going forward.
Okay, so there may be some new monitoring indicators that come out of that process.
Yes.
Mr. Trickett, did you wish to add anything? Does that give you comfort?
No, I'm prepared to wait for your judgment on these matters.
If I could just maybe very briefly add to that, the annual monitoring report is specifically in place to monitor the current adopted development plan, all of the documents that form part of the local development framework. We will now update that on adoption of this plan to make sure that the indicators in that monitoring report reflect the policies. on your monitoring report, albeit that that's not necessarily a requirement anymore.
I've written so much, my pen's run out. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Trickett.
Would it be possible, I can't, I'm sorry, I remember behind. Could you turn that light, because it's blinding me and I can't see you? Not yours, it's the gentleman at the end. Thank you very much. It's good to see anything.
Apologies.
Yes, the lighting leaves something to be desired in this room. It's very beautiful, but... Okay, right. Let's move on then to the second bullet point. And this is a proposed modification to criterion B in policy WSP 23 as set out in the Council's hearing statement. So it's effectively just to define larger development. Does anyone have any comments on that proposed change? It's in paragraph 21.7 of the hearing statement. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, I think this picks up one of our comments, I think, from our previous representations in our hearing statements. Any clarification, I think, would be very much welcome, obviously. I know the Council in the hearing statement put forward a couple of different options. Obviously, I appreciate this is a strategic policy at the front end of the plan, and obviously is providing a framework for the more detailed policies later on through WLP 30, 31, 34. I know there's different thresholds between WLP 31 and 34, but I think the text in 3B, I think that refers more to WLP 31, I think, in the way it's framed, as opposed to district heating and cooling. So if it's using the same, I think this is where cross-references would be welcomed, I think, because at the moment it just talks about larger, so anything that really addresses that, I think would provide a clarity, I think, that we are after, just provide that bit of certainty. Sometimes I think simpler, shorter policies are better, but there's a lot of policies in the plan. I appreciate they're trying to cover a lot of things, I won't get into that, obviously we've made that case a number of times about less policies, less wording, more certainty. So I won't get into that between all of these different factors of policies. So I think, yes, it is welcomed. I appreciate the put forward a couple. I think we would prefer the one that's their second one because it gets into the specific flow. Because I think, again, I appreciate major is defined within planning, but it's just it's still a little bit really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In terms of my perspective, obviously there are two slightly different versions, but they obviously mean the same thing, don't they? So I would leave that, I think, to the council to decide which version we think works best. I think, Mr. Rose, you raised another sort of slight different point there in terms of cross-referencing as well. And I think it's a comment that I made back in week 1, actually, that I think the plan could benefit from some more cross-referencing. So when you have your strategic policies, to then, whether it's just in the supporting text or somewhere, to then cross-reference to what local policies exist as well, or in some instances, sites as well, so specific allocations as well, which may be relevant to the strategic policy. It would aid the whole reading of the plan itself and make the plan as a whole, I think, more effective. Okay, so in terms of that wording, whether it's major or the more detailed definition, that would be a main modification. Okay, moving on then to bullet point 3, and this is a proposed change to the carbon reduction wording in policy WLP 31. And as set out in SD 113 on page 11. So this is where you're proposing to delete the carbon emission targets, the separate ones for housing and commercial, and to roll it into one. Can you just explain the reasons behind the change, please?
Yeah, so at the time we were drafting these policies, we were in a bit of a confused state about what was going on with the deregulation act. We weren't sure whether that was going to come into force, and we wanted to sort of separate out the commercial and the residential aspects in case one sort of was taken out, that being the residential side of things. Obviously that's not going to be the case now, and government are strengthening their approach to carbon reduction. So it was really just to simplify the approach, and we've also had comments through the consultation that the REAM approach can be quite complicated and costly for developers, and they're not necessarily, we don't necessarily like to use that approach. So I think it would achieve the same benefits, but a simpler approach to that really. So that's my thoughts behind that.
Does anyone else have any comments they wish to make on this proposed change or the policy itself? Mr. Trickett.
Yeah, there's been a rising number of applications in recent years where developers have taken ownership of substantial detached houses with large gardens, and they demolish them and then build more houses in the backyard. Our concerns are that this is not a sustainable policy for building housing need, and there's no thought given to the embodied carbon that's wasted. So while the policy is fine, it needs to go further. I think developers should be able to demonstrate good cause for demolishing established housing, which is acceptable or good quality, before demolition is approved.
Okay, so you want some additional wording in there that talks about if the demolition is proposed, that
the developer shows good cause for why that's the only practical way of delivering the scheme, bearing in mind the embodied carbon that goes to waste each time that happens. They're removing good family homes from the housing stock and replacing them with smaller family homes.
can I get the council's view, please, on that proposed different change?
I think the policy does, in criteria D, relate to using recycled materials during the construction process. I think it's probably difficult for us to control for that if it's acceptable in all of the planning terms that a property is demolished and a site is redeveloped. I think the most that we can do is probably try and secure the best use of recycled materials, which is an expectation through this policy and also through the waste management policies as well. We've got criteria in there about reusing materials. I don't think we can go any further with that.
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Madam. We'd just like to support the council's stance on this and also highlight the new permitted development rights where permitted development rights for demolition and reconstruction of dwellings where it's going to be difficult to control that through a policy where everyone is permitted development.
Yeah, it's obviously a slightly emerging area, I think, Mr. Trickett, but obviously at the moment the government are looking at a range of measures, aren't they, to tackle climate change. In terms of like the current national policy, there isn't really very much, I don't think, on requiring developers to demonstrate where they're going to demolish a property that's has to be justified in any way at present time. So it's a bit of a difficult one. I hear what you say, and obviously I understand your aims behind that. But at present time, I'm not sure whether it's a soundness issue to include it in the plan, because obviously there's a wider issue as well, isn't there? Because the planning system is only one way of achieving these measures, and building regulations and other measures as well are ways to achieve, similar aims. So yes, don't think there's much more I can say on that. Thank you for the point though. I've noted it down in your comments. Okay, so going back to the Council's proposed change to roll together those two parts of the policy, I don't have any objection to that. It would seem to make sense and simplify the policy itself. So that would be a main modification. And then bullet point 4 picks up on changes that Historic England had sought to policies WS 23, 30 and 31 as set out in the Statement of Common Ground. Now we had a virtual only event yesterday with Historic England, and at that meeting they confirmed they were no longer seeking their proposed change to WSP 23. And then in terms of WLP 30 and 31, the Council and Historic England reached agreement that insertion of new supporting text referring to the need to take account of impact on heritage assets could be a middle ground and a way forward. So does anyone have any comments they wish to raise on these issues? Okay. In which case I can confirm that my view at the present time is that those would be useful modifications as set out in the Statement of Common Ground and amended through yesterday's discussion.
Thank you.
Right, moving on then to item 16. This is the solar farm at Welbeck Reclamation Site, site LP 943 in the plan. So the Council are proposing that this site should be developed for solar energy generation but remain in the green belt, and then as far as I can understand it would be then restored to amenity use after the decommissioning of the solar farm. Before I just ask you in terms of what the justification for the scheme is, can I just check what size site we're talking about? I couldn't see anything in the policy itself in the plan, but I may have missed something. I can see it's a very large site from the core policies map, unless it just relates to part of it.
The solar farm, I think, was the white part of the site.
Part of it, right.
It's an identified
Sorry, does it mean here? Just on a joy.
I find it difficult to tell you actually because I don't think it's in our interactive map. I could only get out of GIS to be honest.
So it definitely covers only part of the site.
Well, obviously there's the waste management site there at the moment. It doesn't cover the whole of what is the operational waste management site at the moment. It just covers the sort of northern area of that site, but the allocation is identified in its own right as LP 943.
If I could ask if you could get back to me, just to give me some information on the number of hectares. Okay, and then moving on then to my second part of my question, which is if you can just outline for me the justification for the scheme and also what your vision is for that whole area over time.
Yeah, so obviously you're aware that the council has declared quite an emergency. The council's got its own climate change action plan and it's trying to increase the amount of renewable energy that's generated in the district. This is a waste management site at the moment. It has got conditions on there in terms of the restoration and reuse of the site for a country park in the longer term. This has been identified as a site which has got that existing sort of commercial use on it at the moment. So we think it would be potentially an appropriate site to have some renewable energy generation. It would be a temporary use, so it would mean that we can restore the land in the long term for that country park use. And obviously the council has got some control over that land at the moment as it stands, so it's an area that the council can initiate some renewable energy generation for the benefit of the district in terms of its climate change agenda. Just got the figures from my colleague about the site area. It's 21.56 hectares as identified.
21.56?
Yeah, that's right, thank you.
So the council's vision just confirms that it would be very much a country park recreational site in the future.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be built for there, it would be very much recreation and leisure.
That's right, yes.
Okay. So is that the reason then that you have proposed to keep the site in the greenbelt effectively?
Yes, that's right, because obviously the long-term use would be the country park, which would be appropriate use in the greenbelt. And obviously we've set out that we accept that very special circumstances would still be required to do any planning application.
Yes. So obviously we have paragraph 151, don't we, in the NPPF that says that renewable energy projects in the greenbelt may comprise inappropriate development. Therefore, very special circumstances need to be demonstrated at planning application stage. I think the issue that I have really, well, just in terms of examining a local plan, is that demonstrating very special circumstances is obviously something you usually do through the planning application process because you have the details of the application in front of you. And at present time, I obviously don't have the details in front of me. So it is hard to be entirely certain at this point that very special circumstances would be met. I mean, you know that solar farms can be controversial in many instances, and there are many examples where they're refused in the greenbelt. So it is quite difficult for me to reach a view on this in terms of your proposal. And I can see why you've elected to keep it in the greenbelt, because your vision, your long-term vision, you just confirmed is very much for, you know, open space use for the site and for leisure. That's your long-term aspiration. The other thing is that obviously if you were, you know, to remove the site from the greenbelt for a solar farm, that doesn't obviously align with your aspirations for the site, but there's also no justification before the release of that site. You know, your evidence base to show exceptional circumstances for release of land from the greenbelt, and that includes obviously looking at all other reasonable options. Obviously, you've confirmed it's a very large site, so there's unlikely, I guess, to be options within the urban area, but there is the option of safeguarded land, you know, existing safeguarded land, you know, just springs to mind. So there's quite a lot of evidence there which isn't in front of me if you were removing it from the greenbelt. So having said all of that, is there an alternative option here, which, you know, is there actually a need to allocate the site? Is this something you could deal with through the application process?
I think we could deal with it through the planning application process if that was the preferred approach. I think it was just trying to highlight the council's sort of future desires for that area and to try and demonstrate that we are looking for renewable energy generation in the district on sites that the council has some control over, but I appreciate it's a difficult decision that's in front of you.
It is, because I appreciate the council wants to create some certainty and has aspirations, to generate not only renewable source of electricity or whatever, but I'm guessing it would be like an income as well. Positive in that sense and could fund, I'm guessing, parts of the future strategy for the area. But yes, it is problematic for me sitting here, in terms of complying with national policy. It would be difficult. Does anyone else wish to comment on this issue? If so, please indicate. No? Okay. Okay, so thank you for confirming that it could be dealt with through an application process. I think it's probably one that I'll obviously reflect on and then get back to you. But that's where I'm sort of heading. I've obviously set out my thoughts quite clearly, I think. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 17. And this is a series of various proposed modifications to the policies put forward by the council, I think in a mixture of the hearing statement and document SD113. Does anyone have any comments on any of those changes listed in the bullets? Mr. Rose, you're first.
Thank you, Mum. I was just finding you out. It's around the change on WLP 70. Obviously, we commented on WLP 70. We'll talk about that. Obviously, fully. I understand where the council are coming from, obviously, in terms of the water courses, but I think at the same time it's also, and I fully support the council in terms of the approach towards multifunctional sort of blue and green infrastructure. We've advocated that for quite a number of years and welcome the council's move towards that, integrating green space and blue infrastructure. I think it does a lot, bringing people close to nature and drainage, etc., etc. But our concern now is obviously in Part 1A, in where it talks about maintaining adequate distance between new developments and more concrete watercourse, in terms of a minimum of it specifies distances in that. And then it talks about a maintenance buffer of 8 metres as well, which will
So that's in criterion B as well?
I think so. I think, is that in their schedule of changes? Maintain a minimum of 8 metre buffer strip, which should be free of development, naturalised where feasible.
Then B talks about the distance as well.
Yeah.
So that one too.
I think B also talks about distances as well. Now, it's around the lack of clarity about what that actually means. What does naturalise mean? Does that mean it's free from all development? Does that allow footpaths and cycleways through it? Because I think in other policies you're encouraged to create footpaths and cycleways close to said uses. Can you put POS in those areas? And I think it just creates a bit of a conflict. I think with reference to WLP 27 as well, in terms of how it relates to that. So I think it's just in how it operates rather than we're just like more clarity on and for it to be clear, just so that when we're doing some master planning, clearly I have a couple of schemes in mind now, but it's just how that actually operates. For example, on Humboldt Grange, we're providing footpaths, cycleways, footways, and all of those, all the way along the Wentworth corridor. And that policy encourages that, the master plan encourages that, but yet, my reading of this policy, it requires an 8 metre buffer strip, which is then naturalised whatever that means. So I think I just don't want those debates to happen, and for all of our good work to get unpicked when we suddenly submit a planning application.
Yeah, no, certainly. I understand your point. Can I get the council, please, just to clarify what the 8 metre buffer means? So would it be, entirely naturalised, no, nothing in there at all, or would there be, so footpaths or sidewalks could be permitted or other open space? So, Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, I think from a flood risk point of view, in WP70, we would consider other uses. The main reason for the buffer is maintenance to those in a flood risk term rather than environmental. So that we see a lot of developments in the past where you literally cannot maintain the water courses, and we have a lot of flood risk issues. So part of it, the 8 metres, is for maintenance to ensure there's development not in there, such as people putting gardens and then fences and sheds at the bottom, which then affect the flood risk. So I think, from my point of view, we will consider other things that uses like footpaths and environmental benefits. I think it will be based on an application as they come forward to see if that's possible. Obviously, there's a risk element to that you don't want a footpath possibly that can flood, and there's no way to get off that footpath. But that could be taken into account in the flood risk assessment. I think the WLP 50, which is more environmental, I think that's to look at the more environmental aspects. I think they'd have to be both considered as an application comes forward. But I can understand maybe, I don't know how that can be amended, but I can understand where you're coming from. But yeah, we would, from a flood risk point of view, accept some of the uses in an open space if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, we have addressed Sport's public draft representations and our schedule of changes. Paragraph 7.89, we are proposing that paragraph is amended. If I could just read out this, basically, the paragraph is proposed to be amended to 3 paragraphs. The last paragraph would be...
What page are we on?
So it is in the schedule of changes, page 10. And it's proposing changes to paragraph 7.89 in the publication draft volume 2, which precedes policy WLP 70. So the last new paragraph would read the following: where the buffer can sufficiently serve the purpose of maintenance as required by the Environment Agency and/or the Local Flood Authority and meet policy WLP 50, may also be configured to contribute towards green and blue infrastructure, and if not required specifically for drainage management infrastructure as recreation open space. Other local policies provide the context for the consideration of the land for these uses.
Thank you. Does that meet your concerns?
I think so,
It doesn't specifically refer to footpaths, but I'm guessing sort of green and blue infrastructure, recreation open space would generally have footpaths through. Could be read as.
It's just that I think in the schedule of changes, I think as I was reading further on, apologies for missing that one, it just still, it's specific, it's around that naturalised, and whether that's needed, but as long as it's not an issue.
Actually, Mara, I must apologise, it's not directly above the WLP 70. It's basically, we have a section from paragraph 7.85 onwards, paragraph on drainage, then another paragraph on surface water drainage, foul water drainage, and then two policies, WLP 29 and WLP 70. So it's in the context of surface water drainage. Maybe It's in the
procedure.
I think the problem is that in the schedule of changes we put in the first column 7.89, it should say 7.98.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say, Mr. Rose, I didn't see it either because it's in order.
Yeah, sorry, I apologise for that.
Yeah.
I like order, and yes, it completely defeated me as well. Okay, so the order. So would you be looking to change it then? You would put it directly for policy?
It would be a change to 7.98, not to 7.89.
So would that help, Mr. Rose, if the position is directly for policy? Assuming it would.
I think so. I think from everything I've heard, and I think from what I've read, it seems to suggest that sort of open space, green infrastructure, footpaths, etc., will be allowed in the 8 metre buffer area.
Yes.
And that I noticed they've increased the maintenance buffer to 8 metres, is that as well?
Criteria B, yes.
Is that the same area, or is that on top?
It's different type of force.
Yeah, sorry if I could answer that, ma'am. Yes, the change there is because at the moment Wakefield don't have bylaws under the Land Drainage Act to restrict development within 8 metres. During the course of this plan period, we are applying to DEFRA for that bylaw, for those bylaws which will be in 8 metres. So it's not 4.5 metres on top of the 8 metres. It's changed from 4.5 to 8, and that will bring in line with environmental requirements as well.
Yeah, that's fine. I've just noticed it's a different. The first criterion A is mainly a road criteria.
That's correct.
The other criteria is ordinary water course. So different water courses.
Yes.
That's fine. But I've also noticed you're inserting an environmental permit when we apply for any work within
That's because up to probably 2 or 3 years ago, the consent from the Environment Agency, well, it will be up to the Flood and Water Management Act, so it changed around 2014. The Environment Agency did all watercourse consents under the Land Drainage Act. That's now changed in that local flood authorities look after all the watercourses. But the Environment Agency have changed from consent under the Land Drainage Act to an environmental permit. So it's a different type of application. So it's purely main river is environmental permit, we're still under watercourse consents. It's the same process for looking at issues around the main river or watercourse.
But what does the work mean?
But if you're doing any works within 8 metres of watercourse, and it's laid out in the environmental permit with the Environment Agency on their website.
This was to respond to a representation the Environment Agency asked us to.
And we discussed that change just now, just before, didn't we? And I did indicate it would be a minor change, that reference to the environmental permit.
That was in the reference
another
to
policy. But the same would apply, but the other changes you set down here would be main changes.
No, that's fine. It sounds like it's a bit addressed that concern. Apologies for missing that.
No, thank you. It's highlighted something for me as well.
Apologies for putting the wrong paragraph number in.
So that's fine. Okay, were there any other comments on any of these changes under 17? No? Okay. So just to say that then, in terms of bullets 2, 3, 4 and 5, I would agree that these should be main modifications to the plan. I just wanted to explore the first bullet point a little bit with the council. So this is policy WSP 22, and you're proposing to put some reference in to ensure that it relates to active design principles, so the policy is clearer. Sorry, just bear with me, I just need to get the correct page. Okay, so yes, this is to do with then, it's criterion C, isn't it? And this was the point that it wasn't explained what safe and secure environments were, and so therefore in SD 113 you are proposing a change to paragraph 6.112 to say the development principles section refers to the incorporation of active design principles in master plans and development proposals to try and explain what is meant by criterion C. Is that correct?
Can I just clarify? My understanding was it was in relation to criterion B.
I've got the wrong one. Oh, sorry, yes. I'm reading the wrong one. So B, yes. Active and healthy places. That would make more sense. So, yes, so that was the proposed change then. Can you explain? I wasn't sure whether that proposed change actually does that. It doesn't link it to the actual criteria, does it? And say this is what active and healthy places means.
No, you're right. The proposed change just directs us to the active design principles. It doesn't actually specifically link to that criteria. Maybe we should amend that supporting text to the supporting text to say, in order to achieve or create active and healthy places, the development principles section referred to incorporation of active design principles in master plans and development proposals.
Yes, that sounds appropriate. Yes, anything that links it specifically to that criteria, which is B policy. Okay, thank you. So that would be a main modification as well as the other ones. Okay, that completes item 17 then. Let's move on to 18. So does anyone have any comments on other design, environment protection or climate change policies? If so, please raise your nameplate now. Mr Trickett, you were first.
Okay, I'm not really sure where to bring this up. It links a little bit back to WSP 22 and WLP 54 in the previous item. But the Society sees a lot in the document that we actually support, particularly the inclusion of street safety. We think that's an important feature for the city centre. However, in terms of design, we run an annual design award scheme at the Society, and we struggle sometimes to find projects which we point just worthy of one of our designs, particularly in residential schemes.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You struggle to find...
We struggle to find candidates which are worthy of an award, particularly in residential schemes. And yes, there is a residential design guide for Wakefield, and it's still in its infancy. It's only been around 3, maybe 4 years. How effective is this in practice? We're not aware of any attempts yet to monitor the effectiveness of the guide. The government has talked increasingly about the beauty in the built environment with the Building Better Building Beautiful Commission. Only a couple of weeks ago, I think I heard the Secretary of State talking about pride in place. Now, the local plan talks about making attractive places, and it references the National Design Guide, and it references the National Planning Policy Framework. We think Wakefield is a big enough area to merit its own local design guide. And in fact, there are areas of the district which probably deserve their own local version of the local design guide. There is a difference between urban centres like Wakefield and rural villages like Woolley and so forth. So applying a national design guide is going to be quite difficult. And my worry is that we will see a repetition of what we've seen over the last few years, that we've got the major developers in particular building the sort of designs in Wakefield that they build elsewhere. I was on a car journey through Kent a couple of years ago and suddenly thought I lost my way and found myself back in Wakefield because I looked at a development which was exactly the same as what we've got in Wakefield. We're losing local identity, we're losing local distinctiveness, and what is particularly farcical at the moment is that when developers put forward new schemes, they're referencing the stuff that they built 20 years ago as the sort of examples to follow. So I think the local plan needs to be willing to accept that we're not delivering that local distinctiveness, and there should be some reference somewhere in the plan to developing local design codes which try to bring back that distinctiveness and identity of Wakefield and its individual settlements. I obviously, as Civic Society, we're concerned with listed buildings and conservation areas, and we look to see who's building the conservation areas and listed buildings in the future, and we're not seeing it. So that in that sense, planning policy and the current local plan is failing.
Thank you. Can I ask the council then, so the issue of local distinctiveness in terms of building design, could you sort of point me to parts of the policy or policies in the plan that would address that issue?
Yes, Mark. In terms of policies, I mean, there's both two aspects. Obviously, we've got existing policies which I'll refer to in a minute, but also we've got changes proposed in our hearing statement to take account of the revised national planning policy, which has increased emphasis on taking account of design in planning decisions. So, first of all, our policies. So we currently already have references in our policies to local character and distinctiveness. This is in policy WSP 22, Part A, and the whole of Part A is referring to high quality design. Part A2 specifically talks about protecting and enhancing local character and distinctiveness. I imagine that there's probably some other policies as well. For example, we do have landscape character policies and also design policies in the local policy section. Unfortunately, I can't just give you a list of policies.
That's fine.
But coming back to the issue about local design rights, we are proposing some changes to the text in advance of WLP 54, specifically adding wording to 7.173. This is in our hearing statement, paragraph 21.3. So we are proposing to include the words area-based character assessments, design guides and codes to start the last sentence of paragraph 7.173. The following paragraph 7.174 will also be updated to reflect the revised national planning policy. So, national planning policy requires development that is not well designed to be refused, especially where it fails to reflect local and national design policies. We've also proposed further changes to up WLP 54 in relation to the revised national planning policy, but I'm not sure they're absolutely directly related to the point that Mr. Trickett brought up. I can go to into more detail if you like.
Mr. Trickett, have you seen those proposed changes in the Council's hearing statement?
It doesn't, in my view, make it clear that the Council is going to develop the local design guides in the way that we would like to see it. It's not strong enough on that.
I see, so you as a society are looking for the Council to do further work. So this is outside the local plan?
Yes.
So you're looking for them to be developing that? Does the Council wish to comment on that? That's obviously a slightly different issue about implementation of the Council's actions.
Well, Mark, if I could just point out that the Council has, in the last few years, adopted a district-wide residential design guide, which is a supplementary planning document. So that does set out the need for distinctive and locally relevant types of development. So we do have a local design guide, certainly related to residential development, that applies across the district and not just to Wakefield City. Mr. Smith's identified the changes to the policies and the supporting text in this new local plan. At this stage, We would expect design matters to be incorporated fully in master plans, which are referenced in the new local plan. I can't comment at the moment as to whether the council can commit itself to prepare some further design guides at this point in time. We would expect significant information from developers through planning applications in respect to design in order to be compliant with what's required through the national planning policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trickett. Obviously, I think this is slightly outside the plan process, and it's no doubt a debate you'll wish to have with the council in the future. Thank you.
If I might, I can reassure Mr. Trickett that it is an issue the council is concerned about and determined to try and address through securing better quality design through planning applications.
Okay. I mean, it is important to have the hooks in the policy, and as far as I can see, there are hooks in the policy, so there's reference to the local design codes and guides and distinctiveness as well at present. So I think it might be a case of the implementation you're concerned about.
Can I raise a point?
Yes, please.
This is something which has recently raised its head, although it's an emerging trend, and this is the provision of houses of multiple occupation in and around the city centre. And the residential area in Wakefield city centre starts very close to the centre indeed. So we've seen a number of empty properties above shops, for example, offices, converted to HMOs, and then substantial residential houses immediately on the periphery of the city centre, within walking distance here, are being converted into HMOs. And the local plan, as far as I can tell, is silent on HMOs. I couldn't find anything. If I've missed it, I apologise, but I think we need to see some guidance to developers, because there are a number, and I'm not talking about big developers here, I'm talking about small independent developers who are chancing their arm, shall we say, when it comes to what we can get away with. And it's creating problems for the community there. It's not just about the side, it's the impact on the community.
I was just going to say, so it's not just design, it's about impact on the community and the local area.
Yes, and if you have more people living in a house, potentially there's more demand for parking, there's a loss of parking spaces for existing residents, and so forth.
Could I ask the council, please, does that figure anywhere in your plan, and if not, what is your approach?
Yes, it does. The council is introducing a new policy into the development plan. It's WLP4, and it relates specifically to houses in multiple occupation. That's on page 86 in volume 1.
Mr. Trickett, have you seen this?
I have now.
You have now, okay. I'm just looking, I have read it previously, I've forgotten it existed. But it does talk about where the development would not lead to an increase or an over-concentration of such uses in the area. It talks about adequate car parking, cycle storage, etc. So there seems to be some provision, some reference to amenity in there. So would that meet your needs then?
Yes, I think so. I actually concede that one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Crompton.
Thank you, ma'am. There's three very key environmental issues that are facing not only this country but probably the world. One of them is climate change, the second one is air pollution, and the third one is flooding. And these three items should have been front and centre in determination of allocations in the local plan. But that does not seem to be the case, because as the CPRE have pointed out, there is an over-reliance and predomination towards unsustainable planning locations, particularly adjacent to motorway junctions, which have a significant negative impact on both climate change and air pollution. There's also bringing forward sites which are in floodplains, adjacent to rivers, or areas that are in flood control zones, which again is obviously not good. I think in terms of flooding, there needs to be far more onus placed on the developer, not to connect to existing sewage systems, drainage systems, unless there are exceptional circumstances. Because in a lot of areas across the district, there's been overdevelopment and unsustainable development, which have completely overloaded the Victorian drainage systems. And similarly with highway drainage systems, a lot of the gullies are either collapsed or not cleaned out properly. So it's completely unacceptable that new development should seek to connect to these already overloaded systems. The onus should be on the developer to provide on-site containment of rainwater and sewage until it can be taken off site, or it can be safely discharged to a river system when it's not in flood. But obviously there needs to be the greatest investigation made into any proposals for dealing with flooding and drainage issues, to make sure that there's no failure in those systems that would result in catastrophic damage to adjacent communities. Now moving on to the policy WLP 64, pollution control. I think this policy is completely inadequate in terms of addressing the system, the problem of air pollution. In fact, the first paragraph seems to just append it at the end as an afterthought, really. I think really it needs to have right at the beginning an insertion from the...
Sorry, can I just ask you to pause? Can you give me the policy number again?
The policy number is WLP 64.
64.
Pollution control.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think the first paragraph really needs to start off with a clear statement from the World Health Organization, and I would suggest it starts off by saying air pollution is one of the biggest environmental threats to human health alongside climate change. And then the new WHO Global Air Quality Guidelines provide clear evidence of the damage air pollution inflicts on human health at even lower concentrations than previously understood. Now it seems to me that the existing situation is that development is basically allowed a rubber stamp through if somebody comes up with a list of mitigation measures, which in reality are usually pretty meaningless and pretty useless. I mean, one example is we'll restrict the number of car parking spaces on the site. Well, that usually results only in further loss of amenity to residents because people come and park on their streets. It doesn't mean that people are not going to use the vehicles to get to the site. So I would therefore propose that point 2 is reworded to give it actual teeth and make some real meaningful changes to the policy. And it should read, where an air quality management area may be affected by development, it will only be permitted if it can be demonstrated a zero effect on air pollution in that AQNA. Now that clearly will indicate that we are serious about taking measures to control air pollution and not see that it goes in an ever upward direction. And I think in terms of the seriousness of what the consequences of air pollution going in the worst direction are is set out in the Hill report. And they're quite clearly indicating the seriousness of what happens at even lower levels than previously understood. And so they're proposing a new upper limit of 10, which means that a lot of the existing air quality management areas will be substantially over what they deem to be an acceptable level. So that would be my proposal, Mark, to try and actually put some teeth into the pollution control policy and actually mean that we are serious about trying to protect people's lives and people's health, and that development can only proceed where it can be proved that it's not going to impact and put at more risk than already exists people's lives and health. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. So, you obviously at the start of what you were saying, you were raising, I think, some strategic issues, weren't you, about location of development, etc. So, I won't revisit that issue because it's what we covered at the Matter 3 or 2 session, I think it was, in the first week when we were talking about the spatial development strategy. And so I noted your points then. But moving on then to pollution control policy, I think you were raising 2 potential changes, weren't you? You were asking for reference within the first paragraph to this important threat to human health and the reference to the new WHO guidelines. Just in terms of those guidelines, they are obviously guidelines that they have issued but are not, haven't been obviously adopted by the UK government. Obviously we have the Environment Act that has just been enacted. There is a commitment in the Environment Act to review, I think, one of the particulate matter levels, but obviously at the moment we have the current rates, there's nothing new in terms of UK legislation at the moment. So just to obviously give you that context. So then you were looking also for the change of wording, part 2 of the policy, where it talks about air quality management areas, and you're looking for some change to say something along the lines of zero impact. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that's right. That they'll be able to demonstrate that there will be, zero upward. It might keep it to the current level, but it wouldn't be forcing it into an upwards direction, which is obviously making the existing situation worse, which is quite the reverse of what the point of their management zone is there for in the first place. And the way things happen at the moment is that it seems to me that you should carry on the fuel mitigation measures, which in reality are absolutely meaningless. And so the end product of that is that the actual amount of pollution taking place is going in an upwards direction. So there's actually no control over an upwards direction in pollution levels, which, given the seriousness of the situation, is unacceptable. There's got to be real teeth here, and development can only take place where it's not further putting at risk people's lives and health.
Okay, thank you. If I could get the council then to just respond on those 2 slightly separate issues on WLP 64. Do you want me to summarise them again? So first was the issue about paragraph 1 and sort of increasing its sort of seriousness, I guess, and referencing a threat to human health and the new WHO guideline levels, which obviously are different to existing legislation. And then secondly was part 2, proposal where I think Mr. Crompton wanted some strengthening of the reference to air quality management areas, potentially having zero impact.
Thank you. The Council does recognise air quality is really important and does have an impact on health. All of the site policies make reference to the need to provide evidence regarding air quality. Just to put this in context, air quality in Wakefield District is improving. council's removed one air quality management area recently. You heard that situation directly from our environmental health officer at an earlier matter. Air pollution is caused by motorised traffic, and in particular, it's impacted by the motorways and major student roads that surround Wakefield and actually impinge on the district. And there will be a move towards electric vehicles, which is a national initiative, so there will be improvements to air quality as a result of that. You referenced the Environment Act. Yes, the council can consider maybe some change to the supporting text to reference the seriousness of improving air quality in the environment. In terms of looking to secure zero change in terms of air quality, it's impractical. Certain developments are permitted. Human activity can change without the need for planning consent. An increase in car ownership potentially could have an impact on air quality, completely outside of the control of the planning authority. We do have technical guidance in place whereby we do require planning applicants to demonstrate the impact on air quality. We seek mitigation to reduce the impact that development would have on air quality.
So is it reducing impact to an acceptable level? So that would be...
Yes, and of course it is a challenge, but individual developments, particularly if they're small, do not have a significant impact on the quality of the air in that locality.
Okay. I mean, if you've got an air quality management area that's still exceeding the objectives, though, I'm assuming that you'll be seeking not to increase the pollution.
That's correct, and I don't think there are any now that exceed. There was
at present.
There was one in Wakefield at Chantry Bridge, which is on the southern side of Wakefield. Since the development of the Wakefield Eastern Relief Road, it has addressed that issue of exceedance of the air quality at Chantry Bridge, in effect by diverting some of the vehicle movements away from that location.
Okay, so you've got no exceedances at present. They're still air quality management areas because no doubt you're monitoring over a longer period of time.
I think we covered this, didn't we, in the Matter 2 session. We've got 2 points, one which is just north of here on Leeds Road, and I think one which is on Doncaster Road, just south of the city. So that's in the Wakefield City Air Quality Management Area, so they're the only 2 points in one air quality management area in the district where there are exceedances. And they have to do with traffic congestion, I believe. Those particular pinch points in rush hour traffic.
Okay, so in terms of how would you deal with an application then that came forward affecting those junctions? I assume it's junctions, is it, or near junctions?
Yes, it would be, yeah. Well, I think obviously we've got the air quality action plan and the air quality guidance that the council uses. We do consult with our colleagues in environmental health on planning applications in general anyway. So there'd be measures such as travel plans that we would look at. We've talked about the electric vehicle charge points that we're trying to get into new development, which I think is going to be mandatory from next year anyway, with building regulations. So it's those sorts of things, active travel plans. We've also got the policies on renewable energy and new developments. So it's those sorts of measures that we would implement on the sort of general measures that I believe we will be implementing.
So you'd be trying to seek to secure no further increase then in the exceedance levels? That would
That's
be
okay, and I think also they do seek some compensatory measures to deal with improvements in the air quality management areas as well. I'll have to look at the detailed wording of it, but yes, air quality has been improving in the district in the face of significant growth in the most recent local plan. We've continued to improve air quality. We're on about 2 points now, where it's exceeding that, and that's knowing that we've got 3 major strategic motorway networks that run through the district, so I think we can demonstrate that we have improved air quality and we will continue to seek to do that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Crompton, did you wish to say something else then?
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, obviously the answer was, kind of exemplifying the point I was making, that if you've already got an air quality management area, then it clearly indicates that there is a problem. And that if you read into in the 30s, then it's not of the legal limit, but, the quality is not good, to say the least. And it is going to be having, as the EU report has pointed out, the damage is occurring at a lot lower levels than that. Now, if you're then allowing development to take place, which is adding to that situation, then clearly that seems to me to be a nonsense, because you've got a serious health situation, and you are allowing somebody to make that worse, albeit that you're taking some measures to slightly reduce what the impact or the extra amount will be, but that's not the point. It is adding in extra, so it is making the situation worse, it is making it more serious, and it is putting more lives and people's health at risk. And that surely is the reason why we've got these areas in the first place. And so, it defies the logic and common sense that you come along with a development that is going to clearly, make the situation worse and exacerbate it, and plonk it, next to we've already got a problem. And this is just not sustainable. It's just tautology, and it's not addressing the seriousness of the situation. And that's what I'm saying. But this policy really needs teeth to show that there is an attempt to try and protect people's health and well-being and lives, and that where there is a problem, every effort is going to be made to ensure that it is not being exacerbated and made worse.
Thank you. I have noted all of your points. Obviously, you are raising very serious issues, serious matter, air pollution. I've noted your comments. Thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Trickett.
Yes. Sorry to look back on the HMO issue, but now I've recovered my embarrassment and reread my notes. I realise I shouldn't have said that the local plan is silent on HMOs. It's silent on the use of Article 4 directions to better control the use of HMOs.
Sorry, can you repeat? It's silent on the use of?
It's silent on the use of Article 4 directions to better control the use of HMOs. And the person who drafted the note, from which I misread, points out that Barnsley, Leeds and Doncaster all have Article 4 directions to enable better control of housing and multiple occupation in their areas. But our local plan is currently drafted doesn't even acknowledge the possibility of using an Article 4 direction at some point. And it is becoming an increasing problem.
Thank you. Can the council just then confirm the issue regarding Article 4 directions to control HMOs?
I think Mr. Trickett is correct. I don't think there's a specific reference to Article 4 directions in the plan that I would need to check. Article 4 directions are a separate mechanism. The Article 4 direction would not be included in the plan. actions it might need to take in relation to housing or occupation. Officers are undertaking work to collect the evidence around the number, type and location of housing or occupation. And we are advising senior elected members about the options for moving forward. You need really strong evidence, which ultimately needs to be supported by the second estate to introduce the Article 4 direction.
So, Mr. Trickett, it sounds like the council is obviously gathering evidence, which will no doubt take a while, and looking at the issue.
Yeah, and we're in fact about to write to the council on this very issue as well.
Yeah, Mr. Ford is right, it does fall outside the local plan process. Okay, any final comments then on matter 21? No, okay. Right, thank you very much for your contributions. I think Mr. Crompton's the only person leaving, so thank you very much for your time and attending today. Right, just looking at the clock, we will move on then to matter 22, but I just want to pause for a minute whilst I shuffle all my papers around, so just bear with me. So this is policies relating to the historic and natural environment as set out in volume 1 of the plan. And the first item on the agenda is item 19 concerning the issue of biodiversity net gain. And this is set out in various policies in the plan, including WLP 49, 51, 52 and 54 as well. So obviously the policies referenced there seek 10% biodiversity net gain, don't they? And we now have the Environment Act, which has been enacted, which obviously has the requirement for 10%. There is the issue, isn't there, though, of there's a transitional period, I believe. Still coming up to speed with obviously all the contents of the Act, but I think there's a transitional period of 2 years. So just my question to the Council is, what's your view on the situation? And at present time, do you consider that the policies as drafted are justified?
Yes, Mark. We consider the policies are justified, and local authorities are able to set their own requirements, and therefore we would expect that once the plan is adopted from the text, that we will be requiring what's in the policy and not waiting for the end of the transition. It has been included in our vulnerability assessment, and therefore that's our own sort of local work on the issue, rather than just simply relying on national. It's also worth saying that Wakefield Council already have interim guidance where we are, it is an aspiration for 10% net gain, which obviously can't be required until either the adopted local plan or which refers to the fact that it cannot be required until either a review of the local plan policies or mandated through legislation which comes first.
So at the moment then it's something that you seek to negotiate with developers on? Prior to the adoption of the local plan, but once
yes.
yeah.
Just said that guidance has been in place since December last year, so we have been asking developers to provide us with details of the metric for the past 12 months, so I don't think it would be a surprise, if you like, but we are working with developers in that respect already.
Thank you for that. Does anyone else around the table wish to comment on the issue of biodiversity net gain and 10% reference to policies? Mr. Trickett.
Yeah, just a couple of points. First of all, there's an issue about enforcement again. I've submitted to the council that not only have to consider and approve planning application, but then there's an element with landscaping, tree planting, biodiversity to monitor that over time. And we've got 1 or 2 examples where property owners have drugged up trees or bushes and shrubs and then not replaced them even though that was in the plan. So we can see a lack of enforcement. And secondly, the biodiversity net gain, it's when do you count it from? Because if a developer clears a site before putting in the application, when do we measure the net gain from? From the site, from the time when the site was first put under planning application, or from the time before the trees were cut down?
Okay. I'll park the enforcement concerns because that's outside the remit of the local plan, but just in terms of the measurement then of biodiversity net gain, could the council just confirm how it measures that?
Well, it will be based on baseline ecological surveys. We're using the metric. We're also aware that we need to look at the issue of internal resources so that we can actually implement the policy. We are currently working with the other authorities in West Yorkshire. We've got a piece of work underway by WSP, and they're looking at things like the resources that we need, the approach to policies, the approach to local nature recovery strategies and how that all links in, and then things like the habitat balance as well. So we've got that piece of work underway locally, and we'll be looking at how we resource that internally and the processes that we go through. And as I say, we're using the metric now in terms of assessing what's on the ground and what we think we need to achieve through the planning application process.
Okay, but in terms of Mr. Trickett's specific point, I think you were asking about an example where a developer had removed the biodiversity before perhaps a baseline study has been carried out. How would the council approach that issue, which is a difficult one?
There is national guidance about this, and it's something that Natural England issued some guidance on, I believe. And obviously, we will look at things like aerial photographs to understand what was on the site before. So if it's obvious that it has been cleared, then we will look at the aerial photographs, and we would expect that it would be from an earlier point in time when that biodiversity was present on the site. And if it was significant biodiversity with protected species, that sort of thing, then obviously it is a separate enforcement routes that would go alongside that as well. And again, with trees, there's separate enforcement processes for that as well. So it's not something that the council would just accept if we saw a site that had obviously been recently cleared, we would look into that.
Okay, so you might do sort of a broad estimate or guess then in terms of what may have been on the site and try and address that.
I think so, yeah. Also, we'd have to take some ecological advice on that, and I think we would be asking applicants to do that through their own ecological consultants as well, to take account of that through the metric and establish that through their own work as well.
Relatively short term, we're looking to establish a biodiversity baseline, so that will be used as the starting point. So once that's established, if someone then demolishes a tree on the site that's allocated in the plan or any other site, and then they submit a planning application, we'll have the evidence of what was there in establishing that baseline. That baseline clearly needs then to be kept up to date with the new net gain contributions that are put in place. And we also will make sure, as we're required to do in the Environment Act, I think, to make sure we've got proper management plans in place and stewardship plans in place for a period of the order of 25 to 30 years. So that will all be tied up in the grant and the management sector.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gartland, I see you have your name placed up.
Thank you, Mark. Just to explain really, in terms of our submitted statement on this matter, very much a sort of a position holding tactic really with the environmental bill going through the system. But I think the development industry, and certainly our client, has been accepting of 10% BNG payment for some time now. Authorities have been imposing it even in advance of the environment bill, and generally it's been something that's been accepted. I know from the schedule of changes that some amendments to paragraph 177 have been made in the context of the progress of the Act, but it probably just needs a little tweak again now just to reflect the latest position, or the second position, I think, which would mean that the timing of the plan is quite fortuitous in the sense that it actually follows the establishment of the Act rather than second guessing what it'll say that like other plans have done. So in essentially in agreement with the approach being adopted. I think the only query I'd have, and perhaps leave it with you, Ma'am, is the way in which biodiversity net gain at least 10% would be achieved, whether it stays at paragraph 7179 or it finds itself in the policy where you've got the three approaches: on-site, off-site, or payments.
Can you take me to the paragraph?
Yeah, 7179 of the supporting text of WLP 54.
What page number?
151.
My copy's lost the number, I think, I'm afraid.
151.
So 151.
51, yeah. So, sorry, what paragraph number?
179.
Okay, so what change are you looking for, sorry?
Well, I wasn't proposing. Well, I think if my understanding is that normally the three methods of securing BNG would be within the policy rather than in the supporting text. But
I guess it does occur so many times, the reference to biodiversity net gain. So I guess there may not be a need to put it in policy in that sense, because it would be in a lot of policies, making them a lot longer. Okay, leave that with me then. It's not something I've got a strong view on, I don't think. But I take your point.
And I suppose finally the devil is in the detail on these in terms of appropriateness, but the biodiversity unit costs seem to be very variable at the moment around the country. And I don't think there's any place in the plan to put that, because that tends to be something that is capable of change. So I'm not suggesting there's a home for that anywhere in the plan. But throughout the country we're encountering